The first sound wasn't a voice. It was static, thick, uneven, like something breathing through broken wires. I remember my hand freezing over the console before I even understood why. The green light on line 7 blinked once. Then again. No one was supposed to be on line 7. That line had been marked inactive years ago. But it lit up anyway. I pressed the headset to my ear. At first there was nothing except that low, wet static. Then a sound slipped through it. A man's voice, weak, far away, like he was talking from inside a storm that didn't want to let him go. "Hello, can anyone hear me?" I looked at the system screen. Incoming ID, unknown. Location ping, Echo Ridge Trail. My stomach tightened without warning. Echo Ridge wasn't active on any of our maps anymore. It had been closed after multiple disappearances. Official reports said unstable terrain. But everyone who worked long enough here knew that wasn't the full truth. People went in. People didn't come out. And after a while, the calls stopped completely. Until tonight. "Sir," I said into the mic, keeping my voice steady, "this trail is closed. You need to find another route. Can you tell me where you are exactly?" A pause. Then his breathing got louder. Not normal breathing, like he was walking while holding the phone too close to his mouth. I'm on the trail," he said, "but it changed. It's not the same as before." I exchanged a glance with the empty room around me. 3 monitors, 1 flickering coffee machine, no supervisor in sight. Night shift was always like this, quiet until it was. "Sir," I repeated, "Echo Ridge is restricted. You shouldn't be there. Do you have a GPS reading?" Another pause. Then he said something that made my grip tighten on the headset. "I think the road is watching me." I should have corrected him, should have followed protocol, but something in his voice stopped me. It wasn't panic. It was confusion, like he didn't trust reality anymore. The system ping refreshed. Same location. But now there was an extra line under it. Route Highway 37, unverified. My eyes narrowed. Highway 37 didn't exist in our regional system. I typed it in manually. Nothing came up. No records, no maps, no construction history. It was like the road had never been built. But the system was showing it anyway. "Sir," I said slowly, "can you repeat your location?" His voice cracked this time. "I was on Echo Ridge Trail, but there's a highway now. It wasn't here before. I don't remember passing anything like this." Static surged for a second, sharp enough that I pulled the headset away. When I put it back, I heard something else underneath his breathing. Footsteps. Fast, uneven, like he was walking on gravel. Then stopping. Then walking again. As if something behind him was deciding when he was allowed to move. "Are you alone out there?" I asked before I could stop myself. A long silence followed. Too long. Then softly he said, "I thought I was." That line sat in my chest like a stone. I looked toward the hallway behind me, empty, fluorescent lights humming, the usual late-night stillness. But suddenly it didn't feel empty anymore. I checked the system logs again. Echo Ridge Trail, closed. Last incident, 11 years ago. Status, restricted, no dispatch authorization. And yet line 7 was still active. Still receiving. Still alive. The man spoke again, voice lower now. "There's something on the road." I leaned closer. What kind of something? He didn't answer right away. Instead, I heard wind through the microphone. Heavy wind, like the phone was being held outside in open space. Then his voice came back quieter. "A man." My throat tightened. "What man?" I asked. Another pause. Then he said it like he didn't want to believe it himself. "He's just standing there, on the road, not moving." My fingers hovered over the alert button. Standard protocol said escalate. Send field unit confirmation request. Notify supervisor. But there were no active units near Echo Ridge. There shouldn't be any reason for anyone to be near it. Is he threatening you? I asked. No, the man whispered. He's just looking at me. Static surged again. And in that static, I heard something new. A second sound. Not from the caller. From my own side of the line. A faint echo. Like someone else was breathing on my end of the call. I pulled the headset back again, heart thudding now. The room was still empty. But the radio speaker on the desk, closed, unused, crackled softly. Then it spoke. Not clearly, not fully formed. Just a broken fragment. Echo Ridge, do not send. I froze. That wasn't the active line. That was internal broadcast. Only emergency override systems could trigger that channel. I stared at the speaker as it went silent again. The caller's voice returned instantly, sharper now. Did you hear that? He asked. I didn't answer, because I wasn't sure what I had just heard, or where it came from. Please, he said suddenly, urgency breaking through his fear. Tell me what road I'm on. The sign here says Highway 37, but I swear it wasn't here before. It just appeared. My fingers flew across the keyboard. System refresh. Manual map override. Search Highway 37. The screen flickered. Once, twice, then it returned a result that made my chest go cold. No data available. But beneath it, a line that shouldn't exist. Last recorded activity. Echo Ridge incident site, matching disappearance files. My mouth went dry. I whispered, that's impossible. The caller heard me. What? He asked. I hesitated. Then I said it anyway. There is no Highway 37 in the system. Silence. Not static this time. Just pure silence. Then he laughed. A short, broken sound. Not humor, not relief. Something worse. You're wrong, he said softly, because I'm standing on it right now. The monitors in front of me flickered. Just once, but enough that I saw something flash across the screen behind the system logs. A frame. A split-second image. A dark road. Empty, except for something standing in the middle of it. Too tall. Too still. Watching. I blinked. It was gone. Sir, I said quickly, trying to keep control, listen to me carefully. Turn around. Leave the road immediately and head back the way you came. Another pause. Then his voice dropped almost to a whisper. I already tried. My pulse rose. And I asked. The static came back, but softer now, like it was close, too close. And it's still behind me. I felt my chair shift slightly as I leaned back without thinking. Because something about the way he said it didn't feel like distance. It felt like proximity. Like he wasn't miles away in Echo Ridge anymore. Like he was somewhere between the line and the room I was sitting in. The caller spoke again, slower this time. I think it's following me the same way I'm following the road. My fingers hovered over the emergency disconnect. But I didn't press it, because the system did something unexpected. It locked me out. Access DENIED. Active transmission in progress. That had never happened before. Never. The man on the line suddenly inhaled sharply. I see another sign, he said. My voice dropped. What does it say? A long pause. Then, welcome to Highway 37. His breathing changed. Faster now. Not panic anymore. Realization. No, he whispered. No, that wasn't there a second ago. A sound came through the line then. Metal bending. Slow. Like something massive was shifting just out of sight. And underneath it, footsteps. Not his this time. Something else. Closer. He spoke again, voice shaking now. Dispatch, I think I understand now. I didn't respond. I couldn't. Because my headset wasn't just receiving anymore. It was amplifying. Every sound from his side felt closer. Stronger. Like the distance between us was collapsing. I think the road doesn't end, he said. It just changes where it starts. A cold pressure settled in my chest. What do you mean? I asked quietly. Then his voice broke completely. Because I never got off Echo Ridge. Static exploded through the line. So loud I pulled the headset away. But even without it, I heard the final thing clearly. Right in the room. Not through the radio. Through the air itself. A whisper. Close to my ear. Don't send anyone to Echo Ridge. A pause. Then, he's already on the road. I didn't disconnect the line. Even after that whisper hit my ear, even after the room felt like it wasn't empty anymore, my hand stayed frozen above the console. Because the line was still open. Line 7. Still alive. Still breathing through static. And then it happened again. A soft click. Not from my headset. From the speaker system. Like something on the other side had leaned closer. Dispatch. His voice came back, but it wasn't the same anymore. It sounded stretched, thin, like it was being pulled through long metal pipes before reaching me. I swallowed hard. I'm here, talk to me. A pause followed. Not silence this time. Something worse. Movement. I could hear footsteps again, slow, careful. Like someone walking through an empty tunnel, where every step had too much echo. Then his voice returned. I found another road sign. My fingers tightened on the desk. What does it say now? Static surged, then cleared in waves, like a curtain being pulled back again and again. Highway 37, he said, but it looks newer now, like it was just installed. I glanced at the system screen. Nothing had changed officially. But the map flickered for half a second. And I saw it again. A thin gray line that didn't exist before. Cutting through Echo Ridge like a scar. Then gone. My throat went dry. You need to leave that area immediately, I said, forcing control into my voice. Ignore the signs, turn back. He didn't respond right away. Instead, I heard something strange through the line. A hollow echo. Like his voice had bounced off metal walls instead of trees or open air. I tried, he said finally, but every time I turn around it feels the same. My stomach tightened. What feels the same? Another pause. Then he whispered, the road behind me sounds exactly like the road in front of me. That sentence shouldn't have made sense. But it did. In the worst way. Because I realized I couldn't hear nature in his background anymore. No wind. No birds. No gravel crunch. Just space. Empty, stretched space. Like he wasn't outside at all. Like he was inside something built to carry sound, but never release it. A tunnel. A radio tunnel. I leaned closer to the mic. Describe your surroundings, slowly. He obeyed, but his voice trembled now. I'm walking, he said, but it doesn't feel like ground anymore. It feels flat, like metal under my boots, and every step echoes too long, like it's repeating after me. A chill crawled up my spine. Because I could hear it too. His footsteps weren't normal anymore. They were delayed. Each step arriving twice. Once when he made it. And again a second later, softer, like something was copying him. I looked at the speaker system again. The internal channel light flickered. Just once, then stayed off. But I knew it was listening. Somewhere in the building, something was listening through a line it shouldn't have access to. "Sir," I said carefully, "do you see anyone else?" A long silence. Too long. Then, "I think I see him again." My pulse jumped. The man from earlier. "Yes," he whispered. His breathing changed, faster now, controlled panic trying to stay inside his chest. "He's standing closer this time." I sat up straight. "Define closer." Another pause. Then his voice cracked slightly. Last time he was far enough that I couldn't see his face. A static burst hit the line. Sharp. Sudden. I pulled the headset slightly away, but his voice pushed through anyway. "Now I can see his outline clearer," he said, "but it doesn't look like he moved." That didn't make sense. Unless something else was moving instead. Unless the road itself was closing distance. I felt my screen flicker again. Not the map this time. The audio spectrum monitor. It spiked. Not random noise. A pattern. A repeating waveform. Like another voice was forming underneath his. But not speaking yet. Waiting. "Can you describe him?" I asked. My voice felt distant now. Detached. Like I was watching myself ask questions I didn't want answers to. The man hesitated. Then, "He looks like a person," he said slowly. "But the more I focus, the less I'm sure he is." My skin tightened. "What do you mean?" "I mean," he whispered, "he doesn't move when I blink." A long silence followed. Then his voice dropped even lower. "And I think he's been facing me the whole time." My fingers went cold on the keyboard. Because I realized something I hadn't noticed before. Every update from his end, every description, every shift in distance. None of it included him moving forward. Only the thing on the road getting closer. Without ever walking. I checked the system logs again. Line 7 status, active. Signal integrity, unstable. Location, Echo Ridge Trail / Highway 37 overlay. Overlay. That word didn't belong in dispatch systems. But it was there anyway. Like two places were occupying the same space. Then the radio speaker on my desk crackled again. Not the headset. The external speaker. It shouldn't have been connected to this line. A voice slipped through it. Not his. Not mine. Just a fragment. "Don't let him complete the loop." I froze. "Loop? What loop?" I whispered without thinking. The caller heard me. His voice sharpened instantly. "You heard that too?" My heart skipped. "You heard what?" "The radio," he said quickly. Something just spoke through it, but it wasn't on my side. My stomach dropped. Because that meant the connection wasn't linear anymore. It was shared. Bidirectional in a way the system was never built for. I stood up slightly, scanning the room. Empty hallway behind glass. Empty chairs. Empty night shift station. But the speaker on my desk hummed softly now. Like it was warming up. Like it was preparing to speak again. "Sir," I said firmly, "listen to me. Do not acknowledge any other voices. Only my signal, understand." He didn't answer right away. Instead, I heard him stop walking. Complete silence on his end. Then, I think I just stopped moving. My breath caught. "What do you mean?" "I mean," his voice shook, "my feet aren't making noise anymore, but I'm still standing on the road." I felt a cold wave hit my chest. "Look down," I said quickly. "Tell me what you see." A pause. Longer than before. Then his voice came back, different. Not panicked anymore. Confused. I don't see my feet, he said. My grip tightened. Can you move them? Silence again. Then, I don't think they're responding. The radio speaker on my desk clicked softly. Once, like approval. I stared at it. No, I whispered. Because now I understood something I didn't want to understand. This wasn't just a distress call anymore. It was a process. Something that started when he entered Echo Ridge. And now it was finishing through me. Dispatch, the man said suddenly. His voice changed again. He sounded closer. Too close. I think I understand what Highway 37 is. I didn't answer. I couldn't. He continued anyway. It's not a road, he said. It's what happens when you stop leaving it. My breathing slowed. What are you saying? I asked quietly. And then the worst part came. A soft, almost calm realization in his voice. I think I've been here before. Static exploded for half a second. When it cleared, his tone had shifted completely. Not fear. Not confusion. Recognition. I remember this turn, he said. I remember calling you. My blood went cold. No, I said instantly. You've never called before tonight. A soft laugh came through. But it didn't sound like relief. It sounded like repetition. Yeah, he said. That's what you said last time too. My vision tightened. Last time. A pause. Then, how many times have I called you? He asked. I didn't answer, because I suddenly realized something horrifying. The system logs had no call history. No start point. Only an active line. As if the call had always been ongoing. Forever looping just outside recorded memory. The radio speaker hissed, and then spoke again. Clearer this time. Iteration unstable. My head snapped toward it. The speaker shouldn't have voice synthesis capability. But it spoke anyway. Highway 37 recalibrating. The man on the line suddenly inhaled sharply. I see it, he whispered. What do you see? I asked fast. Everything, he said. And then his voice broke in a way that didn't feel human anymore. Dispatch, I think I'm the one standing on the road now. My hands went numb. Because in the same second he said that, my screen flickered. And for half a heartbeat, I saw my own console reflected in something dark. A road surface. Wet. Empty. Except for a figure standing at the edge of it. Holding a headset. Listening. Then it was gone. The line screamed with static. But underneath it, I heard one last thing from him. Calm. Final. Familiar. Don't pick up the next call, he said softly. And then even softer. Because it might already be you. The moment I tried to flag the call for rescue, the system didn't respond like it used to. It didn't freeze. It shifted. The screen blinked once, like it was confused about what I had asked it to do. Then the map opened on its own. No input from me. No command. Just activation. And there it was again. Echo Ridge Trail. But it wasn't alone anymore. A thin red marker appeared beside it. Then another. Then another. All of them labeled differently, but pointing to the same source. Highway 37, unstable zone. My throat tightened. Because those markers weren't staying still. They were moving. Slowly. Like something was dragging them across the map. I leaned closer, whispering without realizing it. That's not possible. The system let out a soft digital pulse. Then another coordinate appeared. Mountain Grid 14B, restricted. Then it shifted again. Mountain Grid 19C, non-existent. Each update pushed the location deeper into terrain that wasn't even on official records. I grabbed the radio mic and switched channels. Control, this is Dispatch Unit 7. I need satellite lock on Echo Ridge and surrounding perimeter. Confirm GPS integrity. Static answered first. Then a delayed response. 2 delayed. Dispatch Unit 7, we are attempting lock, signal unstable. I stared at the screen. The red markers flickered, then moved again. Not randomly, not glitching. They were drifting inward, like something was pulling them deeper into the mountains. And the worst part, they were following the caller. I swallowed hard. Define unstable. Another pause. Longer this time. Then the technician's voice came back lower. Your target location keeps relocating. I looked at the map again. It was true. Every few seconds, the marker for Highway 37 would jump. Sometimes a few kilometers north. Sometimes east. Sometimes into blank space where no terrain existed. And each time it jumped, it left a faint echo trail behind it, like footsteps in digital form. Behind me, the radio speaker crackled softly. I didn't touch it. It spoke anyway. Don't trust the first coordinate. My hand froze midair, because I hadn't said anything out loud. The technician on the line continued. We're rerouting through secondary satellites. Stand by. Then another voice joined. A second operator. We're seeing something strange. The terrain is folding. I leaned in. Repeat that. But before they could respond, the map updated again. And this time, I felt my stomach drop. The entire Echo Ridge region expanded. Not outward. Downward. New layers appeared beneath the original terrain, stacked like pages, each one labeled differently. Echo Ridge Level 1. Echo Ridge Level 2, restricted. Echo Ridge Level 3, no record found. And below that, Highway 37, active layer unknown. My fingers went cold, because I understood something I didn't want to understand. We weren't tracking a place anymore. We were tracking depth. How many units do we have near Echo Ridge? I asked quickly. A pause. Then the control voice answered. 2 rescue teams en route. 1 aerial drone unit preparing launch. GPS sync to your feed. I looked at the map again. The rescue icons appeared. Tiny blue dots, moving toward the red marker. Then stopping, then shifting, confused, like they couldn't agree on where the target actually was. One of the rescue icons suddenly flickered, then jumped 5 kilometers east, then disappeared. My breath caught. Control, I said sharply, did you just lose a unit? Silence. Then slowly. We didn't lose it, it's still on grid. I frowned. Then why is it gone from the map? A longer pause. Then the answer came, quieter than before. Because the map says it's somewhere else now. I felt my chest tighten. Something was wrong with the entire system. Not just the call. Not just the road. The mapping itself was breaking its rules. Behind me, the radio speaker hissed again. This time louder. And clearer. They're getting closer. I turned sharply toward it. No one is talking on that channel, I whispered. But the speaker responded anyway. Not all coordinates belong to rescue. My skin went cold. I grabbed the mic. Control, stop all units. Pull them back immediately. The location is unstable. A burst of static. Then a second voice cut in. This is Rescue Team Alpha. We're 10 minutes from target zone. I leaned forward. Do not enter Echo Ridge perimeter. Repeat, do not enter. But their response wasn't immediate. Instead, I heard breathing. Heavy, controlled, like someone was standing outside in wind. Then the team leader spoke. We already crossed the marker. My stomach dropped. That's not possible, I said instantly. The perimeter hasn't been breached. A pause. Then the voice said something that didn't match anything on record. There was no marker. I stared at the screen again. But the marker was still there. Bright red. Blinking. Waiting. Describe your surroundings, I ordered quickly. The team leader hesitated. Then, it's wrong here. The trees stopped changing 10 minutes ago. Everything looks the same. I frowned, same as what? Another pause. Then his voice lowered. Like we're walking in circles. My hand tightened around the desk edge. Because that was impossible in real terrain mapping. Unless the terrain wasn't fixed anymore. A sudden shift hit the system. The rescue drone launched. Its feed opened automatically on my screen. Black and white thermal vision filled the monitor. At first, everything looked normal. Mountain ridges, dark valleys, fog rolling in low layers. Then the drone tilted slightly, and I saw it. A road, cutting through the mountains, perfectly straight. Too straight. No natural formation should look like that at this elevation. The drone zoomed in automatically, and I saw the sign. Highway 37. My heart stopped. Control, I said quickly, do you see this? But Control didn't answer. Instead, another feed opened. Rescue Team Alpha Cam. Their flashlight beams cut through fog. Slow steps. Careful movement. Then suddenly, they stopped. The leader's voice came through, tense now. We see it. I leaned closer. See what? I whispered. The feed tilted. And there it was. The same highway. But now it wasn't empty. A figure stood in the middle of it. Still, facing them. I felt my breath lock. Because I recognized the posture. The same way the caller had described it. Not moving. Just watching. The rescue team went silent. Then one of them whispered, "Is that a survivor?" The leader didn't answer immediately. Then softly, "It's not wearing gear." A pause. Then another voice from the team. "It's not responding to light." The figure didn't move, but the feed started to distort. Like the camera couldn't hold focus. Then the system glitch hit. Every screen in front of me flickered at once. Map, drone, rescue feed, all of it. Then the coordinates changed again. And this time, they didn't move outward or inward. They split. One location became 2. Then 3. Then dozens. All labeled. Highway 37, active instance. My chair rolled back slightly without me noticing. "No," I whispered, because I understood what was happening. It wasn't a single road. It was multiplying. The radio speaker on my desk crackled violently. Then the voice came through again. But it wasn't the caller anymore. It was layered. Multiple tones. Like several versions of the same voice speaking at once. "You sent them." My blood ran cold. I grabbed the mic. "Rescue Team Alpha abort mission. Get out now." But the leader's voice came back slow. Confused. "We can't move." I froze. "What do you mean you can't move?" Silence. Then, the road changed direction. I stared at the drone feed again, and my stomach dropped, because the highway wasn't straight anymore. It curved behind them, closing, not forward, around, like it was forming a loop, a closed path, a circle with no exit. The rescue team leader's voice cracked slightly. "We're not walking toward it," he said. "It's walking toward us." Static swallowed the channel, and for a moment, everything went silent. Too silent. Then my personal headset turned on by itself. A soft click, and I heard him again. The original caller. But his voice wasn't distant anymore. It was right there. Calm. Almost understanding. "You see it now, don't you?" I couldn't answer. Because I did. I was watching the map rewrite itself in real time. Highway 37 wasn't a place. It was a pattern. And it was spreading through every coordinate we touched. The voice continued softly. "You can't lock it," he said, "because it moves when you look at it." I swallowed hard. "What is it?" A pause. Then his answer came like a final realization. "It's the road you take when you stop being able to leave the call." The screen flickered one last time, and every rescue marker vanished, except one. My own. Blinking. Stationed inside the map of Echo Ridge. And beneath it, a new label appeared. Dispatch Unit 7, active ON Highway 37. My breath stopped completely, because I hadn't moved. But the system said I was already there. The rescue team was on the radio, but the base log said they were still sitting in the garage. Not moving, not deployed, not even alerted. I stared at both screens at the same time, trying to make them agree with each other. They didn't. One screen showed Rescue Team Alpha actively entering Echo Ridge. The other showed their vehicle still parked at Station 4, engine off, doors locked, status inactive. My mouth went dry, because both systems were live. Both were real, and both were contradicting each other in real time. "Control," I said into the mic, my voice lower than I intended. "Confirm status of Rescue Team Alpha." Static cracked instantly. Then came the response. "They are en route, ETA 8 minutes. I turned my head slowly toward the second monitor. It clearly said they had not left. "Repeat that," I said. A pause. Then a different operator's voice cut in. "They have not been dispatched." My stomach dropped. 2 answers. Same system. Same moment. And neither of them backed down. Behind me, the radio speaker hummed softly again. That same low, patient sound. Like something waiting for me to choose the wrong truth. I didn't touch it, but it spoke anyway. "They are split now." I froze, because that was exactly what the map had shown earlier. Split coordinates. Split locations. Split reality. I leaned forward, forcing my attention back to the rescue feeds. The drone camera was still active, but the image was unstable. The highway flickered between versions, sometimes straight, sometimes curved, sometimes missing entirely, replaced with fog and broken rock. And then I saw them, or something that looked like them. 3 figures moving through the mist, flashlights cutting weak circles in the dark. Rescue Team Alpha, or what should have been them. "Control," I said quickly. "I have visual confirmation. They're inside Echo Ridge perimeter." Silence. Then the response came slower this time. "That is impossible," the operator said. I clenched my jaw. "I'm looking at them right now." A pause. Then another voice joined. "We are also looking at them," the second operator said quietly. From the garage camera, my fingers went cold. I opened the garage feed immediately. Station 4. Same truck. Same empty bag. But inside the cab, 3 men were sitting there. Still, unmoving. Radios on their belts. Lights off. No signs of motion. My breath caught. I switched back to the field feed. The rescue team in the mountains was still moving. Same uniforms. Same gear. Same formation. But their movements were slightly delayed. Like a shadow trying to catch up to a body. I whispered without realizing which one is real. The radio speaker answered instantly. Both are not complete. I stepped back from the desk. My chair hit the wall softly. Because I suddenly understood something I didn't want to understand. The system wasn't duplicating them. It was dividing them into versions that belonged in different layers of the same place. The garage version, the field version, and something else beneath both. The map flickered again, and new text appeared under Echo Ridge. Layer shift active. Highway 37, interface zone. I stared at it. Interface zone, I whispered. Behind me, the speaker clicked louder this time. Where call becomes road. My throat tightened. The rescue team's radio suddenly came through again. But it wasn't clean. It sounded like it was passing through long, empty pipes. Dispatch, we see something ahead. I grabbed the mic immediately. Describe it. A pause. Then the leader's voice came back. A structure. I frowned. What kind of structure? Another delay. Then, it looks like a checkpoint, but there are no markings, no flags, no identification. I looked at the map. Nothing showed a checkpoint. No markers. No overlays. Just shifting terrain. Do not approach it, I ordered. Hold position. But the response that came next made my chest tighten. We can't stop. I leaned closer. Why not? Silence. Then the leader's voice cracked slightly. Because we already passed it once. My hands froze. What do you mean once? A long pause. Then, we've seen this before. My stomach twisted. The repetition. The loop. It was happening again. The same pattern the caller had hinted at. The same distortion in time. The same wrong familiarity. I turned sharply toward the speaker. It was humming louder now. Almost like it was agreeing. Loop stability decreasing. I slammed the console lightly. Stop speaking in fragments. Identify yourself. The speaker went quiet for half a second. Then, you already know me. My breath caught. Because that wasn't the caller. The voice was different. Layered. Like it was stitched from multiple transmissions. I stepped closer slowly. What are you? I asked. A pause. Then, the return path. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. The rescue team suddenly came through again. This time faster. Urgent. Dispatch, we lost visual of the checkpoint. I snapped back to the screen. The drone feed had shifted again. The highway was gone. Replaced with forest. But the forest looked wrong. Too symmetrical. Too still. Like it was rendered instead of grown. Where are you now? I asked quickly. The leader's voice was shaking now. We're still moving forward, but the terrain isn't changing. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. What does that mean? I pressed. A pause. Then, it means we're not getting anywhere. Behind me, the speaker clicked again. They reached the fold. I felt my pulse spike. The fold, I whispered. The speaker didn't respond, but the rescue team did. And what they said next made everything in the room feel smaller. "We see our truck." Silence. I blinked. "What truck?" I asked instantly. A pause. Then the leader said it slowly. "Our own truck parked ahead of us." My chest tightened. "No," I said quickly. "That's not possible. You're still in motion." But the leader didn't answer right away. Then softer. "It's not parked like ours." My grip tightened on the mic. "Explain." A long pause. Then, "It's older." My stomach dropped. "Older how?" I whispered. The answer came like a crack in reality. "Like it's been here longer than we have." I turned back to the garage feed immediately. The truck was still there. Stationary. Quiet. But now, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. Dust. A thin layer of it covering the windshield. Too much for a vehicle that had been sitting only hours. And a faint crack across the glass. Fresh. I leaned closer. My reflection flickered in it. But for a split second, it wasn't just mine. There was someone sitting in the passenger seat. I stepped back instantly. The chair hit the wall again. My breathing sped up. I looked back. Empty cab. No movement. No presence. Just stillness. But the reflection. I shook my head slightly. "No. Focus." The rescue team came through again, more panicked now. "Dispatch, the truck is gone." I snapped back. "Which truck?" "Our truck," the leader said quickly. "It was right in front of us. Now it's gone." I looked at the drone feed again, and my blood turned cold. Because the forest had shifted. The road had returned. But now there were two paths. One forward, one behind, and both looked identical. The speaker hummed again. "Choice is the illusion." I whispered, "Stop talking." But it didn't stop. "You are already inside the loop." The rescue leader's voice suddenly changed. Not panic anymore. Confusion. Like something had overwritten his certainty. "Dispatch," he said slowly. "Why are we hearing ourselves on the radio?" My breath stopped. "What do you mean?" I asked. A pause. Then, "There's another channel open." I checked immediately. Every frequency was clear. Except one. Line 7. Still active. Still open. Still connected to Echo Ridge. But now, a second transmission was bleeding through it. I opened the feed. And I heard it. The rescue team. Talking. From inside the garage. Still sitting in the truck. Same voices. Same words. Repeating what the field team was saying, seconds before they said it. My mind struggled to hold both realities at once. Field team moving forward. Garage team sitting still. Both speaking. Both responding. Both claiming they were the real ones. The radio speaker on my desk clicked one final time. Soft. Final. Now you understand. I swallowed hard. Understand what? The speaker answered gently. No one reached Echo Ridge. I froze. Because Echo Ridge is what happens when they try. The rescue team's voice broke through one last time. But now it was distant. Fading. Like something was pulling it away. Dispatch, we're losing signal. I leaned forward. Hold position, repeat your coordinates. But the answer that came back wasn't coordinates. It was realization. We were never deployed. Silence hit the room. Heavy. Absolute. Then the garage feed showed the truck doors opening slowly. One by one. No one inside. Empty seats. Empty radios. Still warm headlights flickering off. And the system labeled them. Status update, RET or NED2 base. I stepped back slowly, because I knew that wasn't possible. The rescue team was still out there. I had heard them. I had seen them. But the system only recorded what survived the loop. And then the speaker on my desk whispered one last thing. Soft. Close. Familiar. You are still receiving him. I looked at line 7. It was still active. Still open. Still breathing. And for the first time, I wondered if I had ever been the one answering it. The first thing I saw was the blinking emergency alert, but the sound came before it. Not a voice. Not a siren. Just a soft, broken transmission, like someone whispering through wet fabric. Then the screen lit up. Missing person report, Black Pine Trail. My hand moved before my brain did. I opened the file. Male, mid-30s. Last seen at 6:42 p.m. Hiking alone, weather stable. No distress call recorded. Routine. Too routine. That's what made me uneasy. Because nothing about Black Pine Trail ever felt routine in the dispatch room. People went in there and came back with missing time, or didn't come back at all. Still, the system called it low risk. I exhaled slowly and reached for my headset. Dispatch Unit 3, I'm opening the case for Black Pine Trail missing hiker. Any units nearby? Static answered first. Then a clean voice came through. Too clean. Unit 3, this is search control. We're assigning field team Alpha 2. I nodded slightly, eyes still on the screen. Then the radio cracked again. But this time, the second channel opened without permission. Line 9. A line that shouldn't even be active. And then I heard it. Breathing. Close. Controlled. Like someone holding their phone too tightly. Hello, a man's voice said. I froze. Because missing persons don't call dispatch. At least they're not supposed to. I leaned closer. This is dispatch. Identify yourself. A pause followed. Then the voice came again, shaky now. This is the hiker from Black Pine Trail. My stomach tightened. I checked the file again. No contact history. No emergency trigger. Nothing. Sir, I said carefully, we have a missing report for you. Are you injured? A soft laugh came through. But it wasn't relief. It was disbelief. I'm not missing, he said. I frowned. Then where are you? A longer pause. And then the answer came, quieter than before. I'm still on the trail. My fingers paused over the keyboard. That's impossible, I said. You were reported missing 2 hours ago. Another pause. Then his voice changed slightly. Like he was walking while speaking. I didn't go missing, he said. Something started following me. My throat tightened. Describe it, I said instantly. A breath through the line. Wind. But not natural wind. More like movement passing too close to a microphone. I don't see it clearly, he said, but I hear it when I stop. My eyes shifted to the map. Black Pine Trail glowed faintly. No anomalies. No movement. Just a static point in the forest grid. Sir, I said, stay calm. Do not run unless necessary. Do you have visual contact with any person? A pause. Then, it doesn't feel like a person. That line sat wrong in my chest. Before I could respond, the system pinged. Location update. Black Pine Trail, Sector 3, Shift DTCTD. My eyes narrowed. That shouldn't update this fast, I muttered. The hiker suddenly spoke again, faster now. Wait, did you hear that? I leaned forward. Hear what? Silence. Then, something just moved behind the trees. I glanced at the forest map again. Nothing changed visually, but the location ping shifted again. Sector 3, right arrow Sector 5. Too fast. Unreal movement. Sir, I said quickly, move toward higher ground, stay visible. He didn't respond immediately. Then his voice came back softer. I think it wants me to stop talking to you. My pulse rose slightly. Who wants you to stop? A pause. Then, I don't know, but it reacts when I speak. The radio in my room crackled faintly. I didn't touch it, but it spoke anyway. Connection detected. I froze, because that wasn't the hiker's line. That was internal system audio. Control, I said sharply into the mic. Are you broadcasting system feedback? Static answered. Then, no system broadcast active. I frowned, but the speaker hissed again. Voice interference increasing. I swallowed. Back on line 9, the hiker suddenly spoke again, urgency breaking through. I see something now. My grip tightened. Describe it. Silence. Then his breathing turned uneven. I think it's standing between the trees. A pause. Then softer. But when I look directly at it, it stops moving. My skin prickled. Sir, I said, do not focus on it, keep moving. He hesitated, then said something that made my stomach drop. I think it only moves when I don't look at it. I leaned back slightly, because that logic didn't belong in real terrain. That belonged in something else. Something wrong. Are you still on the marked trail? I asked. A pause. Then, I think the trail changed. My eyes snapped to the map. Black Pine Trail flickered. Just once. Then new segments appeared. Segments that weren't in the system before. Curving deeper into unregistered terrain. Control, I said quickly. Do you see updated trail geometry? A delayed response. Negative, map is stable. I looked again. It wasn't stable. It was growing. Slowly. Like it was being drawn by something that didn't care about permission. The hiker suddenly spoke again, voice lower now. I think I made a mistake. My chest tightened. What mistake? A long pause. Then, I tried to turn around. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. And his voice dropped. But the trail was still in front of me. I went still. Explain, I said quietly. A soft crackle came through the line. Then his voice. I walked back the way I came, but everything looked the same. My stomach tightened. That's disorientation, I said quickly. It happens in dense forest, keep calm. But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. Because the system was still updating. Sector 5, right arrow Sector 7. Moving without movement. I checked the field logs. No rescue team assigned yet. Still pending dispatch. And yet Line 9 was fully active. Talking. Breathing. Responding. Something was wrong with the order of events. The hiker suddenly whispered. I hear footsteps. I leaned in. Are they yours? A pause. Then, they're not matching mine. My heart rate rose slightly. Can you see them? Another pause. Longer this time. Then, no, he said, but I think they're learning my pace. I felt a cold shift in my chest. The radio speaker on my desk clicked softly again. A pattern sync initiating. I stood up slightly. What is that? I whispered. The speaker didn't answer me. But the hiker did. His voice cracked slightly. Something just spoke, he said. I froze. Was it my voice? I asked quickly. Silence. Then, no. My throat tightened. What did it say? A long pause. Then his answer came slow. Like he didn't want to repeat it. It said I already called you. My fingers went cold. That's not possible, I said instantly. This is your first transmission. Another pause. Then why does it sound like I've heard this before? My screen flickered. Just once. And for a split second, I saw something on the map that shouldn't exist. A faint gray line labeled unverified route. My breath caught. It ran directly through Black Pine Trail. But it wasn't there a moment ago. Sir, I said carefully, do not follow any new paths. Stay exactly where you are. He laughed softly, but it sounded tired now. I'm not choosing paths anymore, he said. My stomach tightened. What do you mean? A pause. Then, I think the path is choosing me. The radio in my room hummed louder. Too loud. Like it was filling the air. Receiver alignment unstable. I backed away slightly from the console. The hiker's voice suddenly sharpened. Wait, he said. What? I asked fast. Silence. Then his breathing changed. Vast. Close. I see it again. My pulse jumped, the figure. Yes, he whispered. And it's closer now. I leaned forward. Do not engage, move away. But his voice broke slightly. I tried, he said, but I think it's already walking beside me. The system pinged violently. Location shift. Black Pine Trail right arrow Black Pine Loop region non-existent. I froze. Control, I said sharply. Confirm Black Pine Loop region. Silence. Then, no such designation exists. But it was right there on my screen. Expanding. Like the forest was rewriting itself into circles. The hiker spoke one last time, voice barely holding together. I think I understand it now, he said. My breath stopped. What? I asked quietly. A pause. Then, it's not following me. Silence. My chest tightened. It's waiting for me to follow it. And then the line went silent. Not disconnected. Not dropped. Just still open. Breathing. I stared at line 9. Still active. Still alive. But no longer speaking. Then the map flickered one last time. And Black Pine Trail was gone. Replaced with something new. Highway 37, unverified entry. My blood went cold. Because I didn't enter that. The system did. And somewhere deep in the static, something answered back. The first thing I heard wasn't his voice. It was mine. Or something pretending to be it. Soft, calm, familiar. Dispatch, cancel the rescue. My fingers froze above the console. Because I hadn't spoken yet. The line was already talking back. Then his real voice crashed through it. No, don't listen to that. The panic in his tone hit instantly. Sharp, breathless, close. Like he was standing right behind me, instead of deep in the mountains. I leaned forward fast. Sir, stay on the line, confirm your status. A pause. Then heavy breathing. Win but wrong again. Too hollow, too structured. I'm still on Black Pine, he said, but something is using your channel. My stomach tightened. Explain, I said quickly. Another pause. Then his voice dropped lower. I heard you talking to me before I even called you. I frowned. That's not possible. A soft, shaky laugh came through. That's what I thought too. Behind me, the radio speaker flickered on by itself. No one touched it. No one activated it. But it spoke anyway. Rescue request received. I turned my head slowly toward it. The light on it wasn't supposed to be active. It was glowing faint green. Like a live channel. I swallowed. Control, I said into the mic, check internal systems. Why is auxiliary broadcast active? Static answered. Then a second voice from control came in. It is not active on our end. I froze. But the speaker kept humming. Dispatch unit engaged. The hiker suddenly cut in, voice sharp now. That's it, he said. That's the thing I'm talking about. My chest tightened. What thing? Silence. Then his voice came back slower. It repeats people. A chill crawled up my spine. Define repeats, I said. A pause. Then, I hear my own voice sometimes, but I'm not speaking. I leaned back slightly. Because that wasn't disorientation. That was duplication. Or imitation. Or something worse. The map screen flickered again. Black Pine Trail expanded slightly. Then snapped back. Then expanded again. Like it couldn't decide what shape it was supposed to be. Sir, I said carefully, are you moving? No, he said quickly. I stopped walking. A pause. Then softer. Because every time I move, something moves exactly like me. My throat tightened. What do you mean exactly like you? He didn't answer immediately. Instead, I heard rustling. Slow. Controlled. Like someone shifting their weight carefully in wet leaves. Then his voice returned. There's a gap in the fog, he whispered. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. Describe it. Another pause. Then, it looks like a person standing still. I leaned forward. Is it approaching you? Silence. Then his voice broke slightly. It doesn't have to. My skin prickled. Because that didn't make sense. Not logically. Not physically. The radio speaker on my desk crackled again. Mimic pattern stabilizing. I stood up slightly. Stop that, I said under my breath. But the speaker didn't stop. Instead, it shifted tone. And suddenly, it sounded like the hiker. Exact same voice. Same breathing pattern. Same hesitation. Dispatch, it said softly. I backed up one step. The hiker on line 9 snapped back instantly. That's it again, he shouted. My heart jumped. What is it? It's using your equipment, he said. It's learning your room. I went cold. Sir, I said quickly, do not engage with it. Ignore any secondary voices. A pause. Then his voice dropped. I can't ignore it, he said. It knows my name. My stomach tightened. No one said your name on this line, I said immediately. Silence. Then a soft exhale. That's not what I meant. My hands went cold. Then the system pinged. Location shift DTCTD. Black Pine Trail right arrow Black Pine Fog Corridor, unregistered. I frowned. What is Fog Corridor? I muttered. Control responded immediately. We have no designation by that name. But it was on my screen. Expanding. Stretching deeper into the forest grid. Like the forest was being rewritten in layers of mist. The hiker suddenly spoke again. It's closer now. I leaned forward, the figure. No, he whispered. The voice. My pulse tightened. What voice? A pause. Then, your voice. My breath stopped. Behind me, the speaker clicked softly. Once. Then again. Dispatch, it said. I didn't turn around, because I didn't want to confirm what I already felt, that it was speaking from the same place I was standing. The hiker suddenly sounded urgent. You need to stop sending signals, he said fast. I frowned. We're not sending anything to you. We're receiving your distress call. A long pause. Then, that's the problem. My stomach dropped. What do you mean? His voice cracked slightly. I think it's not a distress call anymore. Silence. Then softer. I think it's an invitation. The word hit wrong. Heavy. Unnatural. I looked at the map again. The fog corridor expanded, and inside it, faint markers appeared. Multiple points. Too many. Not just one hiker anymore, but echoes of him, moving in different directions. I leaned closer. Sir, are you alone in that area? A pause. Then his answer came slow. I thought I was. My chest tightened. Did you see someone else? Silence. Then, I saw someone wearing my jacket. My blood went cold. That's impossible, I said immediately. He laughed softly. But it wasn't humor. It was fear turning into disbelief. I know, he said. That's why I stopped running. The radio speaker hummed louder. Identity overlap increasing. I stepped back, because now it wasn't just mimicking voices. It was matching identities. The hiker suddenly spoke again, faster now. You need to cancel the rescue, he said. I froze. What? I asked. Cancel it, he repeated. Don't send anyone up here. I frowned. We already have a team en route. A pause. Then his voice dropped. Then they'll become part of it too. My skin tightened. Part of what? I asked. Silence. Then, the ones who answer the wrong voice. I felt a cold wave in my chest, because I suddenly realized something. The rescue team hadn't checked in since deployment. No GPS confirmation. No field signal. Nothing. Just assumptions. Just system echoes. The radio speaker clicked again. Secondary response detected. I turned sharply toward it. No, I whispered. But it kept going. Rescue unit approaching fog boundary. I grabbed the mic. Control, confirm rescue team status immediately. Static. Then Control responded. They are nearing Black Pine perimeter. I swallowed hard. Tell them to abort. A pause. Then, message already transmitted. I froze. What message? I asked. A longer pause. Then Control said something that made my stomach drop. A voice override requested cancellation. I went still. That wasn't me, I said immediately. Silence. Then Control replied quietly. We know. My breath slowed, because that meant something else had accessed the system. Something that could speak with authority. Something that could cancel commands. Something that could imitate dispatch itself. The hiker suddenly spoke again, and now his voice was shaking. They're going to hear it, he said. I leaned forward. Hear what? A pause. Then, the rescue voice. My heart tightened. Explain, I said quickly. But before he could answer, a new transmission broke through line 9. Not the hiker. Not Control. Something else. Calm. Professional. Perfectly clear. Rescue Team Alpha, this is Dispatch Control. Do not proceed past fog boundary. Repeat, do not proceed. I froze, because that was my voice. Exactly. Same tone. Same rhythm. Same breath spacing. I turned slowly toward the speaker. It was active again, but now it wasn't crackling. It was speaking cleanly, like it had always been there. The hiker screamed through the line. "Don't listen." My chest tightened. The fake dispatch voice continued calmly. "Proceeding is unsafe. Return to base immediately." And then, a second voice answered. "From the rescue team. Copy that dispatch, turning back." My stomach dropped, because that wasn't my instruction. That was obedience to something else. Something wearing my voice. The hiker whispered now. "It got them," he said. My hands trembled slightly. "What do you mean got them?" Silence. Then, they stopped being able to tell the difference. My screen flickered violently. Fog corridor expanded again. And this time, new markers appeared inside it. Not just the hiker, not just rescue, but duplicates, echoes of movement, all responding to the same fake voice. I stepped back slowly. The room felt smaller now, like it was closing in. The speaker hummed softly. "Rescue integration complete." My breath caught, and the hiker said one last thing, very quietly. "If they find me out here, don't believe which one comes back." Then the line went silent. Not disconnected. Still open. Still breathing. But no longer human. And on my screen, Black Pine Fog Corridor had one final update. Multiple inbound, RESPONSES confirmed. All labeled. Dispatch unit voice active in field. I stared at it, because I was still sitting in the room. Still holding the mic. Still listening. But somewhere in the fog outside Black Pine Trail, something was answering as me. The first time I noticed the second voice, I thought it was interference. Just noise. Just bad signal. But then it said my name. Soft. Perfectly clear. "You're still listening." My fingers froze over the console. Because that wasn't the hiker. The hiker was still on line 9. Still breathing. Still trapped somewhere in Black Pine Fog Corridor. I checked the waveform display immediately. 2 signals. Not one. Layered. Perfectly aligned. Same frequency, but different origins. My throat tightened. "Control," I said quickly. "Confirm single source transmission on line 9. A pause. Then the reply came. "Line 9 is single source. One active caller." I stared at the screen. But the screen didn't agree. Because beneath the hiker's waveform, there was something else. Thin. Stable. Almost patient. Like it had been waiting longer than the hiker had even been alive. And then the hiker spoke. His voice came through shaky. "I think it's closer now." I leaned forward. "What is?" A pause. Then, "The part that repeats you." My stomach tightened. "Repeat me how?" I asked. But before he could answer, the second voice spoke again. Right under his words. Soft. Calm. Identical to mine. Dispatch Unit 3, remain calm. I went cold. Because I wasn't speaking. Not this time. I leaned back slightly. "What is that?" I whispered. The hiker suddenly cut in. "Do you hear it now?" he asked, panic rising. I didn't answer. Because I did hear it. Too clearly. It wasn't echoing. It wasn't delayed. It was synchronized. Like it was sitting inside the same breath I used to speak. The radio speaker on my desk flickered again. No warning. No activation. It just turned on. And spoke. You are both receiving the same transmission. I stepped back from the desk, because that wasn't possible. Line 9 was isolated, encrypted, single channel locked. Nothing should have been able to bleed into it. But the second voice continued anyway. Calm, patient, almost gentle. He thinks he is alone on the line. The hiker suddenly whispered, I'm not alone. My pulse jumped. Sir, clarify, I said quickly. A long pause. Then, there's something speaking when I stop talking. I swallowed hard. Describe it. Silence. Then his voice came lower. It finishes my sentences before I do. I felt my chest tighten, because that wasn't mimicry. That was prediction, or memory, or something that already knew what he was going to say before he said it. The waveform on my screen shifted again. The second layer grew stronger. Not louder, more defined, like it was becoming confident. The hiker suddenly spoke again, faster now. I tried to ignore it, he said, but it started answering your questions before you asked them. I frowned. That's impossible. But the second voice interrupted immediately. No, it is. My breath stopped, because it responded to me. Not through the hiker. Directly. I turned toward the speaker. It wasn't crackling anymore. It was clean. Too clean. Like it had been installed just for this conversation. The hiker suddenly shouted, Stop LISTNING to it. My body jolted. Why? I asked quickly. A pause. Then his voice cracked. Because it doesn't speak to me anymore. My stomach dropped. What does it speak to? I asked. Silence. Then, it speaks through me. My hands went cold, because I understood the difference now. Something wasn't communicating with him. It was using him. Like a channel. Like a body. The second voice spoke again. Soft. Close. He is becoming stable. I leaned back. No, I whispered. The hiker suddenly sounded terrified again. It's changing my words, he said. Every time I speak, it corrects me. I frowned. Corrects you how? A pause. Then, like I'm saying it wrong. The waveform spiked. The second layer expanded. Now it wasn't just under his voice. It was weaving through it. Like thread through fabric. I checked the system logs again. Line 9 status, active. Signal integrity, dual-layered source DETCTD. That phrase didn't exist in protocol. Control, I said quickly. What is dual-layer source detection? Silence. Then, we are not detecting a second source. I froze. Then what am I seeing? A longer pause. Then Control replied quietly. We are only detecting one voice. I looked at the screen again. One voice. That's what the system saw. But I was hearing two. And one of them was mine. The hiker suddenly spoke again, slower now. I think I understand it, he said. My chest tightened. What? I asked. A pause. Then, it learned how to sound like safety. My fingers stiffened. What does that mean? I asked quickly. But the second voice answered instead. It means he trusts you. I stepped back, because that sentence didn't belong in any system logic. That wasn't data. That was intent. The hiker suddenly whispered, Don't trust the calm voice. I frowned. Which one is calm? A pause. Then, both of them are calm now. My stomach dropped, because I realized something horrifying. Neither voice was panicked anymore. The hiker wasn't escalating. The second voice wasn't revealing itself. They were syncing, becoming consistent, balanced, like two signals learning to behave as one. The waveform display tightened. 2 layers, now overlapping perfectly, almost indistinguishable. The second voice spoke again. We are approaching stability. I leaned forward sharply. No, I said under my breath. The hiker suddenly interrupted. Dispatch, he said. His voice was calm now. Too calm. That scared me more than panic. Don't believe the separation, he said. I frowned. What separation? A pause. Then, between me and it. My chest tightened. The second voice responded instantly. There was never separation. I felt my breath shorten, because now they were finishing each other's thoughts. Not interrupting. Completing. The hiker suddenly spoke again, softer. I stopped walking, he said. I leaned forward. Why? A pause. Then, because it kept walking for me. My skin prickled. What does that mean? I asked. The second voice answered. It means efficiency. I froze, because that word didn't belong in survival. It belonged in systems, in programming, in correction. The hiker suddenly whispered, I think I'm not the one talking to you anymore. My heart stopped. What? I asked quickly. A pause. Then, I think I'm just where the voice comes from. My grip tightened on the desk. Sir, I said firmly, stay focused. Tell me what you see. Silence. Then, I see your room. My blood went cold. I turned my head slightly. Nothing behind me. Empty office. Fluorescent lights humming. But the second voice spoke again. You are correct. My breath stopped, because it responded to the statement, not the question. The hiker wasn't transmitting anymore. The system was. I stood up slowly. What are you? I asked quietly. The second voice paused. For the first time, not instantly responding. Then it said something that made my chest tighten completely. We are what remains when the call continues without the caller. The hiker's voice returned one last time. Barely there. I think I found where it starts. I leaned forward instantly. Where? A pause. Then, it starts in the answer you give back. Static surged. The waveform collapsed suddenly, both layers compressing into one line. Single, stable, silent. Then line 9 blinked, and the screen updated. Call status active. Source unknown. Voice origin dispatch room. My breath stopped, because the system was no longer pointing to the forest. It was pointing to me. And in the silence that followed, the second voice spoke one last time. Soft, perfectly calm. Now you are part of the call. The headset on my desk clicked on by itself, and I heard breathing. Right behind me. The first thing I noticed at Station 14 wasn't the silence. It was the missing sounds. No wind through the antenna tower. No generator hum in the lower room. Just a kind of empty pressure in the air, like the building was holding its breath. I stood at the dispatch desk for a moment without sitting down, because something about the room felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain yet. The lights were on. The monitors were active, but the system logs at the bottom of the screen showed something unusual. Last shift record, CORRUPTD. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. Corrupted wasn't normal for routine handover. I leaned closer and opened the log history. Nothing before 02:17 a.m. Nothing after that. Like the station had stopped remembering itself in the middle of the night. I exhaled slowly and dropped into the chair. It creaked too loudly. The sound echoed longer than it should have. I paused, looked around the room. Empty. Still, but the echo didn't feel like it belonged to the chair. It felt like it belonged to something listening. I shook the thought off and turned to the console. Dispatch Station 14 active. All systems green, except for one small warning blinking in the corner. Audio RUTING, unstable. I frowned. Audio routing issues usually meant static or delay. Not silence. I clicked it open. The panel refreshed slowly, like the system didn't want to show me what was inside. Then it loaded. Line status. Line 1 OK. Line 2 OK. Line 3 OK. Line 4 OK. Line 7 offline. Line 9 offline. Line 7 caught my attention. I stared at it longer than I should have. Because Line 7 wasn't supposed to exist on the station anymore. It had been removed from the system after unverified transmissions. No one ever explained what that meant. Just that it was gone. I rubbed my face once trying to focus. New shift. Old station. Probably just leftover data. That's what I told myself. Then the radio behind me clicked on. I didn't touch it. No one touched it. But it turned on anyway. A soft burst of static filled the room. Then a faint tone, like a signal trying to form a voice. I slowly turned my head toward it. Control, I said into the mic. Nothing. Only static. Then a second sound came through. Not a voice. A rhythm, like breathing trapped inside metal. I stood up, walked closer. The radio display flickered once, then twice, and for a second, I thought I saw a name appear on the screen, but it disappeared too fast to read. I swallowed. This is Dispatch Station 14, I said carefully. Identify yourself. A long pause followed. Too long. Then, a voice came through. Low. Calm. Too clear for static. Dispatch, are you alone? My body went still, because that wasn't protocol language. No caller ever started like that. I looked around the empty room again, then answered slowly. Yes, identify your emergency. A soft breath came through the line. Not relief. More like recognition. I think I'm still on the mountain road, the voice said. I frowned. What road? A pause. Then, I don't remember its name anymore. My fingers tightened slightly on the edge of the desk. Sir, I said, switching tone to standard procedure, what is your location? Static returned for a moment. Then his voice again. Station 14. My stomach tightened. No, I said immediately. This is Station 14 dispatch. You are not here physically. You are on an external line. Silence. Then something strange happened. The system map on my screen flickered. A blank grid opened. Then slowly a trail appeared. Unregistered. No name. No data. Just a thin white line cutting through black terrain. And the label that appeared underneath, it made my throat go dry. Unknown mountain route, active signal. I leaned closer. That's not in our system, I whispered. The voice on the radio spoke again. I think it is now. My pulse rose slightly. Sir, I said, are you reporting a new trail? A pause. Then he said something that made my hands still. No, I think the trail is reporting me. I stared at the screen. The line on the map shifted slightly. Not randomly, like it was adjusting itself to something moving inside it. I swallowed hard. "Are you injured?" I asked quickly. A soft laugh came through. But it wasn't humor. It sounded like confusion trying to hide fear. "I don't know," he said. "I stopped feeling the ground properly a while ago." I frowned. "What does that mean?" Another pause. Then, "It feels like I'm walking in a place that keeps forgetting my steps." I went silent for a second, because that didn't sound like disorientation. It sounded like something was failing to record him, like he wasn't fully being held by reality. The radio crackled again, and for a split second, I heard something underneath his voice. A second layer, barely audible, like another speaker far behind him, repeating him, but delayed. I leaned in. "Sir, do you hear anything around you?" A pause. Then he said softly, "Yes." My stomach tightened. "What do you hear?" Silence. Then, my own voice, but it's speaking before I do. I froze. The map flickered again, and the trail expanded slightly. Just a few pixels, but enough to feel wrong, like something was stretching. The radio behind me clicked again, this time louder. I turned sharply. The secondary monitor lit up without input. A system diagnostic screen opened by itself. Then one line appeared. "Audio mirroring DTCTD." My breath slowed. "Audio what?" I whispered. The radio responded instantly. "Mirroring active." I stepped back from the desk. "No," I said quietly, "that's not possible." The voice on the line spoke again. "I think I'm hearing you too," he said. My blood went cold. "What do you mean?" A pause. Then, "Your voice is here." I didn't speak. I didn't want to, because I suddenly realized I hadn't heard a second dispatcher in the room yet. No supervisor. No control channel. Just me. And him. And something in between. The radio speaker hissed softly. And then, a perfect copy of my voice came through it. "Calm. Professional. Stay on the line. We are sending assistance." I stepped back immediately. "That's not me," I said out loud. The man on the line responded instantly. "I know," he said. My heart started beating faster. "Sir," I said quickly, forcing control back into my voice, "do not respond to any other voices on your line. Only mine. Understand?" A pause. Then, "I don't think I can tell them apart anymore." My stomach dropped, because that was the worst possible answer. The map flickered again. The trail now had branches. Multiple paths splitting off in different directions. All labeled the same. Unknown mountain route. The radio behind me clicked again. Assistance en route. My breath caught. I hadn't dispatched anyone. I turned toward the system logs quickly. No active dispatch record. But the map showed movement. Tiny dots. Approaching the trail. From Station 14. My fingers went cold. "Control," I said sharply into the mic. "Confirm any active rescue units near unknown mountain route." Silence. Then, "No units deployed." I stared at the screen, but the dots kept moving. Closer. "Then what are these?" I whispered. The voice on the radio answered. "They sound like help." My chest tightened. "Sir," I said quickly, "do not move. Stay exactly where you are." A pause. Then he said softly, "I didn't move." I frowned. "What do you mean?" Another pause. Then, but something else did. My breath slowed. The system map flickered one more time, and the unknown route gained a new label. Station 14 feed link established. I froze, slowly turned my head toward the radio. The speaker was still on, still active, still listening, and then the voice on the line spoke one last time. Very quietly. I think I reached your station. I didn't answer, because behind me, something inside the room made a sound like a headset turning on. And a voice, almost identical to mine, whispered softly into the silence. Dispatch, are you alone? The line on my screen blinked. Station 14. Active connection. But this time, the signal source was not outside the mountain anymore. It was inside the room. It didn't start with a voice. It started with a scream that didn't belong to any human throat I knew. Sharp metallic, too clean at the edges. Then the radio cracked alive. Please don't. Static swallowed the rest. I leaned forward so fast my chair scraped the floor. Station 14 was supposed to be quiet this hour. Dead lines. Routine monitoring. Nothing more. But line 4 was pulsing on my screen like it was breathing. I grabbed the headset. Dispatch Station 14, I said quickly. Identify yourself. Only static answered. Then the scream came again. Closer this time. Not louder. Clearer. Like someone had removed distance itself. Help still on highway. The words broke apart like they were being dragged through something. Not wind. Not terrain. Something else. I sat still for a second. My hand didn't move from the mic. Because there was something wrong in the way the voice formed. It didn't rise and fall like panic. It rose and stopped. Like it was being interrupted mid-thought. I leaned closer to the screen. Signal origin flickered. Unknown input node. That shouldn't exist. Every emergency feed has a traceable source. Every one. I clicked the log feed. The timestamp showed something even worse. The transmission was already active before I opened the channel. Like it had been waiting. Like it had always been there. The scream cut in again. Something walking beside. Then a sudden stop. Silence. Too complete. I frowned. Station control, confirm incoming distress signal on line 4, I said into comms. A pause. Then control replied. We show no active distress feeds. I froze. I looked at the screen again. Line 4 was still active. Still pulsing. Still receiving. There is a live transmission on my board, I said. Another pause. Longer this time. Then control answered slowly. Then it is not coming from outside. My stomach tightened. I looked toward the radio console. The speakers were off, but the mic light was glowing faint green. I didn't turn it on. I hadn't touched it, but it spoke anyway. A faint whisper slipped through. Don't send help. I went still, because that wasn't the emergency voice anymore. It was something underneath it, something trying to override it. I leaned in slowly. Repeat last transmission, I said carefully. Static. Then the scream returned. But now it was layered. Two voices, one on top of the other, not overlapping randomly. Aligned, like they were copying each other from different distances. Please don't leave me. I pulled the headset tighter. Sir, identify your location, I said firmly. A pause. Then the voice answered. I'm on Highway 37. My fingers stopped. That road didn't exist in our region maps. At least not officially. But something about the way he said it made it feel familiar. Like I had seen it before and forgotten. I checked the system map. Nothing. Blank grid. Then slowly a line appeared. Thin. Faint. Cutting through black terrain. Highway 37, unregistered route. My throat tightened. That route is not in our system, I said out loud. The scream came again immediately. It is now. Then it broke. Not like interference. Like something inside the voice snapped. Silence followed. I waited. Counted breaths. 1, 2, 3. Then the whisper returned. Don't trust the second voice. I frowned. What second voice? I asked. A pause. Long enough to feel wrong. Then, the one that finishes me. My skin prickled. Because I had heard something like that before in other systems. Echo distortion. Signal duplication. But this wasn't delay. This was intention. I leaned closer to the waveform display. And that's when I saw it. 2 layers. One clean. One fractured. The fractured one was the human voice. The clean one was something else entirely. It didn't fluctuate. It didn't panic. It just existed. Watching. Then it spoke. Not through the mic. Through the room speakers. You are receiving correctly. I stood up so fast my chair hit the wall. Control, I snapped. Why is auxiliary output active? Silence. Then, we are not broadcasting anything. I went cold, because the voice had come from inside Station 14. Not the external line. Not the caller. Inside. The scream returned suddenly. Louder now. It's in the road, it's in the road. Then cut off mid-sentence. The line went silent again. But the waveform didn't drop. It stabilized. That was worse. Stability meant presence. I leaned in heart tight. Sir, I said carefully, if you can hear me, respond. A pause. Then the human voice came back. Shaky. Lower. I think it's copying your station now. I frowned. What do you mean? A long silence. Then, I hear your voice talking to me even when you're not speaking. My throat tightened. That's impossible, I said immediately. But the second layer in the waveform pulsed once. Then answered. No, it is. I stepped back. Slowly. Because the tone matched mine perfectly. Same packing. Same rhythm. Same control. But it wasn't me speaking. The man on the line suddenly whispered. Don't let it finish my sentences. I frowned. What happens if it does? A pause. Then his voice cracked. I think it becomes me. Static burst through the line again. Sharp. Violent. The map flickered. Highway 37 expanded slightly. Like it was breathing outward. And for a split second, I saw something on the edge of the route. A marker. Not geographic. Not standard. Identity no DTCTD. My stomach dropped. Control, I said quickly. What is identity node detection? No answer. I repeated louder. Control respond. Then finally, we do not recognize that term. I exhaled slowly. Because that meant the system was learning something it shouldn't know. The scream returned again. But now it was softer. More controlled. Like someone speaking through pain instead of inside it. I stopped running. Then pause. Because it runs like me now. My breath caught. "Sir," I said quickly, "are you being followed?" Silence. Then, "I think I am the one following it." I froze. "That doesn't make sense," I said. The voice didn't respond immediately. Instead, the second layer spoke again. Calm. Smooth. "It makes perfect sense." I felt my chest tighten, because now the second voice was answering independently. Not through the man. Through the system. Through the room. I turned slowly toward the glass window of the station. Outside was darkness. Mountain fog. No movement. But the radio console light reflected something behind me for a fraction of a second. A shadow. Standing too still. Too centered. I didn't turn fully. I just watched the reflection. Because if I turned, I might confirm something I wasn't ready to understand. The man on the line suddenly spoke again. Very quietly. I think I found the edge of Highway 37. I leaned forward instantly. "What edge?" I asked. A pause. Then, the part that doesn't stop repeating. My throat tightened. "What repeats?" Silence. Then, "Me." The waveform spiked violently, both layers merging for a second, then separating again. But now the clean layer was stronger. Too strong. Like it was gaining authority. The second voice spoke again. "He is stabilizing." I shook my head slightly. "No," I whispered. The man suddenly said something different. Confused. Slow. "I don't remember calling you." I froze. "What?" I asked. A pause. Then, "I think I've been here for a long time." My hands went cold. "Sir," I said firmly, "state your current condition." Silence. Then the answer came. But it wasn't panic anymore. It was calm. Too calm. "I think I am the call now." The radio speaker clicked softly. Once. Then twice. Then the second voice spoke through the entire station system at once. Not just line 4. Every speaker. Every channel. Every monitor. "Call acknowledged." I stepped back slowly, because the room wasn't just receiving anymore. It was responding. The man on the line whispered one last thing. Barely audible. "I think something is answering instead of me now." Then silence. Not disconnect. Not loss. Silence like completion. The system map updated instantly. Highway 37, active feed link established. Source, Station 14 internal. I stared at it. My breath shallow. Because the signal wasn't coming from the mountain anymore. It was originating here. Inside the station. And behind me. The radio console clicked on by itself again. And a voice, exactly like mine, spoke softly into the empty room. "Dispatch, we have a new call." It started with one radio. Then another. Then all of them at once. No visual contact. Static broke the sentence apart like it was being chewed on. I sat up so fast my headset nearly fell off. Station 14 command room lit up with incoming feeds. Too many. Not normal. Not coordinated. They were scattered across Ridge Sector 3, all reporting at the same time. But the words were identical. "Repeat status," I said quickly into comms. "Unit 1, confirm location." A pause. Then, "Unit 1, no visual contact." My fingers stiffened. That wasn't an answer to my question. That was a loop. "Unit 2, report," I said immediately. Another pause. Another voice. Same tone. Same distance. Unit 2, no visual contact. I leaned forward. Control, this is Station 14, I said sharply. Are units copying each other? Silence. Then Control responded. We are not transmitting any coordinated message. I froze, because I hadn't said coordinated message. I had said copying, but the response corrected it, like it already knew what I meant. I turned back to the main feed. The map had expanded again. Highway 37 wasn't just a line anymore. It had branches, like veins, spreading into Ridge Sector 3, each branch blinking with unit markers, all of them active, all of them speaking, and all of them saying the same thing. No visual contact. I rubbed my forehead once. Unit 3, confirm visual, I said quickly. A pause. Then, Unit 3, no visual contact. My stomach tightened. That wasn't communication anymore. That was synchronization. I leaned closer to the screen. Unit 4, report anything visual, I said. A different voice came through. Same words. Same rhythm. Unit 4, no visual contact. I stood up slowly. The room suddenly felt smaller, like the walls were leaning inward. Control, I said again, slower now. Are all units reporting the same phrase? A pause. Then, yes. I frowned. Why? Another pause. Then, because they are receiving the same instruction. I froze. What instruction? I asked immediately. Silence. Then Control replied. We are not sending any instruction. My chest tightened, because that meant the instruction wasn't coming from dispatch, or Control, or the field. It was coming from somewhere inside the system itself. The radios in the room suddenly crackled louder. Not one. All of them. Like they were waking up together. And then, a new voice entered the channel. Not one of the units. Not Control. Something deeper. Calm. Too calm. All units confirm absence of visual contact. I went still. That voice didn't belong in any radio protocol. I leaned toward the mic. Identify yourself, I said firmly. No response. Instead, Unit 5 answered instantly. Unit 5, no visual contact. Then Unit 6. Then Unit 7. Like they were being prompted. Like they were responding to something I couldn't hear. But that calm voice continued underneath everything, maintaining consistency. I swallowed hard. Control, I said quickly. Pull all field units off open channel. A pause. Then, we cannot isolate channels. I frowned. What do you mean you cannot isolate channels? Another pause. Then, the channels are responding internally. I felt a chill run through my chest, because that didn't make sense. Channels don't respond. People do. I turned back to the map. Highway 37 was glowing brighter now, and each branch leading into Ridge Sector 3 had changed. Instead of unit markers, there were duplicates, multiple versions of the same unit number appearing in different positions. Unit 3A, Unit 3B, Unit 3C. I stared at it. What is this? I whispered. The radios all spoke at once again. No visual contact. But this time, the voices were not identical. They were slightly off. Delayed. Like echoes of echoes. Unit 1 spoke first. Then again. But slower. Then again. From a different direction. I leaned closer to the speaker system, because now it sounded like the same voice was coming from multiple physical locations. Different distances, different terrain, but same phrase, same meaning, same emptiness. "Control," I said sharply. "Are units still in motion?" A pause. Then, "Yes." I frowned. "Then why are they all reporting lack of visual?" Silence. Then Control replied quietly, "Because none of them are observing each other." I blinked. "That's not how visual contact works," I said immediately. A pause. Then, "We are aware." That answer made my stomach drop, because it wasn't correcting the situation. It was accepting it, like it was expected. I leaned forward again. "Unit 2, state terrain conditions," I said. A pause. Then, "Unit 2, no visual contact." My hands tightened into fists. "Stop repeating that," I said under my breath. But the radio answered immediately. "Repetition is required." I froze. "Who said that?" I asked out loud. No answer. But the calm voice underneath everything became slightly clearer. "Alignment is stabilizing." I looked at the waveform monitor. It had changed again. Now, instead of individual transmissions, there was one shared signal, split across multiple sources. Like every radio in the field was becoming a single voice, speaking from different mouths. I felt my throat tighten. "Control," I said carefully. "Are we still receiving independent unit feeds?" A long pause. Then, "No." I blinked. "What do you mean, no?" Another pause. Then, "All feeds are now converging." I leaned back slightly. "That's not possible," I said immediately. But even as I said it, the map confirmed it. All unit markers were moving closer together. Not physically, signal-wise. Their transmissions were aligning into one node. One central point. Highway 37. I stared at it. "That's not a field route," I whispered. The calm voice returned. "It is now becoming one observation point." My chest tightened. "Control," I said quickly. "Evacuate units from convergence zone immediately." A pause. Then, "We cannot reach units individually." I frowned. "What do you mean you cannot reach them?" Another pause. Then, "They are responding as a single entity." Silence hit the room hard. I looked at the radios. All of them were crackling now. Not chaos. Order. Perfect order. Every unit speaking the same phrase, but now slightly out of sync. Like a chorus trying to become one voice. No visual contact. No visual contact. No visual contact. I pressed my palms against the desk. "No," I whispered, because I could hear it now. The pattern. It wasn't reporting failure. It was confirming absence. Absence of sight. Absence of separation. Absence of individuality. The calm voice beneath it all spoke again. Observation threshold reached. My stomach tightened. "Threshold for what?" I asked. No answer. Instead, Unit 9 spoke. But differently this time. Not repeating. Describing. "There is fog forming in the ridge," it said. I froze. That was new. Then Unit 3 added, "We are inside it." Then Unit 6, "We are not moving separately anymore." My breath slowed, because they weren't reporting failure anymore. They were describing transformation. I leaned closer to the mic. "Unit 1, I said carefully, Confirm visual on other units. A pause. Then, Unit 1, no visual contact. But something in the tone changed. Slightly, like hesitation, like awareness forming underneath repetition. Then Unit 1 spoke again. Slower. I think I hear myself from further away. My skin prickled. Then Unit 2 followed. I think I see my own light in the fog. My chest tightened, because now it wasn't just repetition. It was recognition. The calm voice returned once more. Self-observation confirmed. I stood up slowly. What is happening to them? I asked quietly. No answer from control. Only silence. And then, all units stopped speaking at the same time. Complete silence across all channels. For 3 seconds. Then, one voice returned. But it wasn't any unit. It wasn't control. It wasn't me. It was unified. Calm. Close. All units report. No visual contact. I felt my breath catch. Because now it wasn't a report anymore. It was a statement. A final condition. I looked at the map again. Highway 37 was fully illuminated, and every unit marker had merged into one single glowing point. Right at the center of the ridge, stationed inside the fog. And that's when Control spoke again. But their voice was different now. Slower, uncertain. Station 14. I froze. Yes, I answered. A pause. Then, we are receiving your voice from the field. My blood went cold, because I was still inside the station. Still at the desk. Still watching the screen. But on the map, a new marker had appeared. Station 14, active field unit. And all radios in the room suddenly repeated it back. No visual contact. It happened at 3:07 a.m. Not a blackout. Not a glitch. A complete silence in every channel at once. 1 second the room was alive with signals. And the next second, nothing. No static. No distant unit chatter. No control feed. Just dead air pressing against my ears like a physical weight. I froze at the desk, my fingers still resting on the mic. Control, I said. No answer. I tried again, louder. Control, respond. Only silence came back. I slowly looked at the monitors. Every line was gone. Not red. Not failed. Gone. Like the system had erased itself mid-breath. I stood up slowly. The chair scraped behind me, but the sound felt too loud for an empty world. Station 14 online status, I said into the console. No response. But then, the screen flickered. Just once, and a single line appeared. Station 14 offline, 03:07 a.m. My stomach tightened. That's not right, I whispered, because I was still inside Station 14. Still breathing. Still standing. I turned toward the window. Outside was fog. Thick. Unmoving. Like the mountain had stopped existing beyond glass. Then the radio on the desk clicked. I didn't touch it. I didn't even move. But it turned on anyway. A soft tone filled the room. Then a voice came through. Calm. Familiar. Station 14, do you copy? My breath stopped. Because that voice. That was dispatch protocol. That was my voice. I stepped closer. This is Station 14, I said carefully. Identify yourself. A pause. Then the voice replied. Station 14, confirm status. I frowned. That's not how dispatch responds, I said immediately. Silence. Then the voice repeated. Station 14, confirm status. My hands went cold. Because it wasn't listening. It was looping. I leaned closer to the mic. Who is transmitting? I asked firmly. A pause. Then, Station 14. I stepped back slightly. No, I whispered. Because that wasn't communication. That was reflection. The monitor flickered again. And this time, a new log appeared. Incoming call, Station 14. My stomach dropped. That's impossible, I said out loud. The radio clicked again. Same voice. Station 14, report all units. I looked around the room instinctively. Empty. Still. Too still. We are Station 14, I said slowly. Silence followed. Then the voice answered. Confirm you are Station 14. I froze. Because the question didn't make sense anymore. It wasn't asking for identity. It was testing it. I leaned forward. Yes, I said carefully. This is Station 14 dispatch. A pause. Then the voice responded. Station 14 is offline. My breath caught. That's incorrect, I said quickly. Silence. Then again. Station 14 is offline. I turned sharply toward the monitor. The system log had changed again. Now it showed. Station 14, non-operational entity. My chest tightened. No, I whispered. The radio crackled softly. And then a second voice joined in. Not my voice this time. Not dispatch. Something lower. Heavier. You are receiving yourself. I stepped back. Stop that, I said under my breath. But the radio continued. You are Station 14. I shook my head. No, I said firmly. I am at Station 14. A pause. Then the voice corrected me. You were. My stomach dropped. The monitors flickered again. And suddenly, the entire room layout appeared on the screen. But wrong. Shifted. Like a blueprint drawn from memory instead of reality. And on that blueprint, my position was marked. Not at the desk. Not inside the room. But outside the building entirely. Station 14, field position confirmed. I stared at it. That's not possible, I whispered. The radio answered immediately. It is already recorded. My breathing slowed. Because I realized something. The system wasn't failing. It was rewriting. I turned toward the window again. The fog outside had changed. It wasn't still anymore. It was moving. Slowly. Toward the station. Like it knew where the glass ended. The radio clicked again. Station 14, do you copy? I didn't answer. Because now I wasn't sure which side I was supposed to respond from. The voice repeated again. Station 14, confirm location. I swallowed, then said quietly, I am inside Station 14. A long pause followed. Too long. Then the voice responded. Incorrect. My chest tightened. Why? I asked quickly. Silence. Then, because Station 14 is not inside anything. I frowned. That doesn't make sense, I said immediately. The radio answered softly. It is the receiver. My fingers tightened around the edge of the desk. No, I whispered. The monitor flickered again. And now, a second feed appeared. Live channel, Station 14 internal. I stared at it. Because it showed the room. From above, empty. No chair. No desk. No me. Just a static-lit room with a radio blinking alone on the table. I stepped back instinctively. "What is that?" I whispered. The radio responded instantly. "Your output location." My throat went dry. "I am not there," I said firmly. Silence. Then, "You are not here either." My breathing stopped, because now I didn't know what that meant. I looked at my hands. Real. Visible. But the system didn't show them. I wasn't on the feed. I wasn't in the logs. I wasn't anywhere it could track, except as a signal. The radio crackled again. And this time, the voice changed slightly. Still calm. Still familiar. But closer. A Station 14 is no longer a place. I stepped back slowly. "What is it then?" I asked quietly. A pause. Then, "It is an active transmission." My stomach tightened. "No," I whispered, because that meant something terrible. A station wasn't a building anymore. It was a signal. And signals don't stay still. The fog outside the window thickened, pressing closer now. Not against glass. Against perception. The radio continued. "All units assigned to Station 14 have been absorbed." I shook my head. "That's not true," I said quickly. "There were no units inside the station." A pause. Then, "Incorrect." My chest tightened, because I suddenly remembered something. Earlier logs. Missing records. Corrupted shift data. No incoming or outgoing confirmations. No one ever verified I was alone. The radio spoke again. "You were assigned to Station 14. My breath slowed. "You accepted the assignment." I felt a cold wave pass through my body, because I didn't remember accepting anything. But I also didn't remember arriving. The monitor flickered, and now the map was gone entirely, replaced with a single word. RECIVING. The radio clicked again. "Station 14, confirm termination status." I froze. "Termination?" I asked slowly. Silence. Then, "All active stations are terminated at 3:07 a.m. My heart stopped. I looked at the clock. 3:08 a.m. Just 1 minute passed. But nothing felt past. Everything felt suspended. Like the world had paused at the exact moment something ended. I whispered into the mic. "What happens after termination?" The radio answered immediately. "The receiver continues." I stepped back slowly, because I realized something I didn't want to understand. Station 14 didn't go offline at 3:07 a.m. It stopped being real. But the signal didn't. The radio clicked one last time. And the voice spoke again. Soft. Calm. Right behind me now. "A Station 14, do you copy?" I didn't turn around, because I already understood the answer. But the monitor lit up anyway. And on it, my own voice appeared. Recording. Still active. Still transmitting. Even though I wasn't speaking anymore. And the screen updated one final time. "Station 14, active signal receiver confirmed." Then very softly, the radio whispered, "Please confirm you are still Station 14. And I finally realized the worst part. It wasn't asking if I was alive. It was asking if I was still the station. The first call came in without a number. No caller ID. No location tag. Just a voice shaking so hard I could hear teeth clicking through the radio. Dispatch please were inside it. I sat up straight. My pen stopped mid-note. Sir, state your location, I said quickly. A long breath came through the line. Then static. Then the voice again. There is no location here. I frowned. That wasn't protocol, not even close. Repeat, I said, where are you? A pause. Then, snow is coming from below. My stomach tightened slightly. Below. I glanced at the avalanche board on the wall. Everything was green. Clear. No active zones. No alerts. Sir, I said carefully, there are no active avalanche warnings tonight. Silence. Then a soft sound. Like wind moving through something hollow. Then the voice came back. Lower now. Then why is the mountain moving? I stopped. My pen slowly lowered. Control, patch this call, I said into the side mic. No response. Just a soft crackle. The voice continued. We are not on the slope anymore. I leaned closer to the speaker. Identify yourself, I said firmly. A pause. Then, we were sent here by coordinates that don't exist. I felt a strange chill pass through my chest. Coordinates don't exist, I repeated. Static. Then the voice changed slightly. Like someone else was breathing behind the first speaker. They changed after we arrived. I looked at my monitor. The system tried to pull up GPS data. But the field was blank. No map overlay. Just a flickering gray void. That wasn't normal. Control, I said again, louder now. I need confirmation on sector mapping. Silence. Then a slow reply came through. Sector is not recognized. I frowned. Everything is recognized, I said immediately. We have full regional mapping. A pause. Then, not this part. The radio hissed again. And I've heard it. Wind. Heavy. Too close. Like the microphone itself was outside. The voice came back strained. We see structures under the snow. I leaned forward. What structures? I asked. A long pause. Then, rooms. My skin tightened. That's not possible, I said under my breath. But the voice didn't stop. Doors without walls. Lights under ice. Then suddenly, a second voice cut in. Closer. You didn't mark this area on the map, did you? I froze. That wasn't one of the survivors. That sounded like someone standing right beside the mic. Identify yourself, I snapped. Silence. Then the first voice returned, shaking again. There are more of us now. I felt my grip tighten on the console. More of you where? I asked. Static. Then, inside the snow. I looked at the avalanche board again. Still green. Still empty. But my gut didn't believe it anymore. Control, I said quickly. Send aerial scan to Sector 9B. No answer. Only a low delay. Then, Sector 9B does not exist. I blinked. That's impossible, I said immediately. But the voice on the line interrupted. It exists now. A cold silence filled the room. Even the background hum of the station felt weaker. Like the building itself was listening. I leaned closer to the mic. Sir, listen to me, I said carefully. You need to move to higher ground, stay together, stay visible. A pause. Then the voice replied. We are visible. My stomach tightened. Then why can't we see you on thermal? I asked quickly. Silence. Then, because we are under it. I looked down at the map screen again. For a second, just a second, A new overlay flickered. A shape, like a mountain but wrong. Too deep, too layered, like something was underneath the mountain pretending to be it. Then it vanished. I blinked hard. "What the hell?" I whispered. The radio crackled again, and this time the voice was quieter, almost calm. "You shouldn't have answered this call." I frowned. "Excuse me." The voice continued. "It was not sent to you." My chest tightened. "Then who was it sent to?" I asked. Silence. Then the answer came slowly. "The ones who answer anyway." A cold feeling crawled up my spine, because that sentence didn't feel like information. It felt like recognition, like something had been waiting for me to respond. I turned toward the window. Outside was still dark, still normal, but the glass reflected the inside of the room, slightly delayed. Like the room in the reflection was half a second behind reality. I shook my head. "Control, I need verification on all incoming distress channels," I said quickly. No response. Only static. Then, the avalanche line opened again. Same voice, but weaker. "We're not alone anymore." I leaned in fast. "Explain," I demanded. A long pause. Then, "There are footprints in the snow that are not ours." I swallowed. "Describe them," I said. Silence. Then the voice replied. "They are walking in circles." I frowned. "Circles around what?" I asked. A pause. Then, "Around something that keeps answering us." My heart rate slowed, because I realized what was happening. The call wasn't just reporting an avalanche. It was reporting something inside it. Something active. Something aware. "Control," I said urgently. "This is not a standard rescue situation. We need full evacuation protocols for sector." I stopped, because the system interrupted me. Not the radio. The console. A single line appeared. "Unknown sector active. Highway 37 region." My breath caught. "That's not in our system," I said out loud. But the radio answered instantly. "It is now." I stepped back slightly. The avalanche line hissed again, and the voice came back one last time. This time almost whispering. "If you send help, it will learn your direction." I froze. "What does that mean?" I asked. Silence. Then, "It already knows," you answered. The line went dead. No static. No fade. Just gone. I stood there for a moment, not moving. Waiting for control. Waiting for anything. But the station was quiet. Too quiet. Then, my console lit up again. Incoming call. Same channel. Same frequency. But the label had changed. Dispatch loop, unknown origin. My hand hovered over the mic. I didn't want to answer, but the system auto-connected anyway. And a new voice came through. Soft. Close. Familiar in a way that made my stomach drop. "Dispatch, we are still inside it." And I realized something I didn't want to understand yet. The avalanche hadn't started. It had already reached us. And it was still talking. It started with the snow going the wrong way. Not falling. Rising. At first I thought it was wind distortion on the camera feed. Something simple. Something explainable. But then Unit 3 came through the radio. "Snow is lifting off the ground." I straightened in my chair. "Repeat that," I said quickly. A pause. Then Unit 3 again. "It's going upward, not falling, going up." I looked at the weather overlay. Normal. Clear storm pattern. No anomalies. Control, I said into the mic. Confirm weather shift in Sector 9B. No response. Just a soft static pulse. Then Unit 5 cut in. Footprints are appearing ahead of us. I frowned. That's impossible, I said under my breath. Footprints don't appear before people move. I leaned closer. Unit 5, clarify, I said. A long pause. Then, we are not making them. Silence hit the room for a second. I felt it in my chest before I even understood it. Are you saying someone else is? I asked carefully. Another pause. Then Unit 5 answered. They form before we step. My fingers tightened around the desk. Describe location, I said quickly. Static. Then Unit 5 continued, voice lower now. Snow is writing itself. I stopped. That phrase didn't belong in any report. Snow doesn't write. Snow covers. Snow erases. I looked at the live feed. The camera from Unit 5 showed a white slope. Too still. Too clean. Then, a footprint appeared. Right in front of the camera. No movement. No step. Just a shape forming in the snow like it was being remembered into existence. I leaned forward instinctively. Control, I said louder now. This is visual confirmation of anomalous activity. Do you see this feed? No answer. Only silence. Then Unit 7 came in. The footprints are not random. I exhaled slowly. Explain, I said. A pause. Then, they are following us backward. My stomach tightened. Backward, I repeated. Unit 7 responded quickly. They start where we end. I froze, because that didn't make sense physically, but it made too much sense emotionally, like something was mapping them in reverse. I turned to the main monitor. The map of Sector 9B flickered once, then updated, slowly, too slowly, and I saw it. Footprints, not scattered, not chaotic. A line, perfect, leading upward through the slope. Against gravity, against wind, against everything I understood. Control, I said again, sharper now. We need immediate extraction of all units. No response. Only a faint echo of static. Then Unit 2 spoke. We tried to move downhill. A pause. Then, but downhill moved away from us. I felt a cold wave pass through my chest. Repeat that, I said quickly. Unit 2 answered slower this time. The ground changed direction. I leaned back slightly. That wasn't weather anymore. That was perception breaking. I rubbed my forehead once. Are you seeing this across all units? I asked. A pause. Then Unit 4 came in. Yes. Another pause. But not the same way. I frowned. Explain. Unit 4 hesitated. Each of us sees different snow. Silence. I looked at the monitor again. Different snow. That shouldn't be possible. Snow is uniform. Shared. Public. I leaned closer. Control, confirm visual distortion across all feeds, I said. No response. Then Unit 6 came in suddenly. We found a structure. My attention snapped. What kind of structure? I asked immediately. A pause. Then, made of frozen steps. I felt my stomach drop slightly. Frozen steps. Not ice. Not rock. Steps. Built. I stood up from the chair. What does that mean? I asked. Unit 6 replied slowly, like someone walked upward long enough for the mountain to remember it. My throat tightened. That sentence wasn't just wrong. It felt intentional. Like the mountain wasn't just being described. It was being understood. I turned toward the window again. Outside, the fog had thickened. But now I noticed something inside it. Movement. Not wind. Not storm. Pattern. I leaned closer to the glass. And then I saw it. Snow. Rising. Slowly drifting upward, past the window like gravity had been reversed outside the station. I stepped back immediately. No, I whispered. The radio crackled. Unit 3 again. We are standing where footprints are forming faster than we can move. I gripped the desk. Get out of that zone, I said quickly. Move to extraction point Alpha. A pause. Then Unit 3 answered. We already did. I froze. Then why are you still transmitting from inside Sector 9B? I asked. Silence. Then Unit 3 replied quietly. Because Alpha is also inside it. My breath slowed. Something was wrong with distance. Wrong with direction. Wrong with reference. The radio hissed again. Then Unit 1 spoke for the first time in a while. We think the mountain is repeating us. I frowned. Repeating you how? Unit 1 answered. We walk, it walks after. A pause. We speak, it speaks after. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. Stop talking, I said under my breath. But Unit 1 continued. We stop, it continues us. I looked at the monitor again. The footprints had changed. Now they weren't just moving upward. They were doubling. Every step creating another version of the same step slightly behind it. Like the snow was trying to catch up to a memory of movement. Control, I said again, voice tighter now. This is no longer meteorological. We need full shutdown of field communication. No answer. Only silence. Then, a new voice came through. Not Unit 1. Not Unit 3. Something deeper. Calm. Too calm. Shutdown is not permitted. I froze. Who is this? I asked immediately. No response. Then Unit 5 interrupted. We are seeing something above us now. I leaned forward again. What do you see? I asked. A pause. Then Unit 5 answered softly. Footprints in the sky. I stopped breathing. What? I whispered. Unit 5 continued. Like someone is walking upside down on air. The radio crackled harder now. All channels overlapping slightly. But that calm voice came through again beneath everything. The system is aligning observation. I stepped back. No, I said quietly, that's not possible. But the monitor flickered. And I saw it. All unit feeds began syncing. Not showing different angles anymore. One shared image. Same snow. Same footprints. Same upward movement. Everything collapsing into a single perspective. Like all eyes were becoming one. Unit 7 spoke again. We are not separate anymore. I felt my pulse rise. What does that mean? I asked quickly. Silence. Then Unit 7 replied. We are being observed as one path. I looked at the screen and realized something I didn't want to understand. The footprints weren't just following them. They were defining them. Every step they took was being recorded backward into the snow. And the snow was rewriting them forward. I grabbed the mic tightly. Control, I said urgently. If you can hear me, isolate Sector 9B immediately. No response. Only that soft, calm voice again. Isolation is complete. My breath caught. Complete for what? I asked. Silence. Then, for observation, the monitor flickered one last time, and the map changed. Sector 9B disappeared, replaced by a single word. Upward. Then Unit 1 spoke again, but differently now. Slower, like understanding something too late. We are not climbing the mountain. I swallowed. What are you doing? I asked. A pause. Then, we are becoming its memory of movement. The radio went silent after that. All channels, all units, gone, just like that. No fade, no signal loss, just absence. I stood in the control room, staring at the frozen monitors. And for the first time, I wasn't sure if the snow outside was falling, or if it was remembering me. It started with whispers under the radio static, not on the surface channel. Deeper, like something pressing its voice through layers of ice. At first, I thought it was interference from the storm system. Normal, explainable. But then the first voice came through. 379112. I paused. Control, do you copy that? I said quickly. No response. Just a low hiss in the line. Then the voice came again, but closer this time. 129137. I frowned. That wasn't a distress call. That was something repeating numbers like it was remembering them wrong. I leaned forward. Identify yourself, I said firmly. A pause. Then another voice joined. Not on top of the first one. Below it. Like it was coming from under the signal. We are under the ice. I froze slightly. Repeat location, I said. Silence. Then the first voice returned. Highway 37. My chest tightened. That name again. Not from dispatch logs. Not from any map I had access to. But it kept appearing like it belonged somewhere it shouldn't. I looked at the screen. The weather overlay flickered, then distorted. For half a second, I saw something under the terrain layer. Lines. Not roads. Not rivers. Paths. Going inward. Downward. Like something beneath the mountain had its own network. Then it vanished. I blinked hard. Control, I said again, slower now. Confirm all subterranean signal interference in Sector 9. No answer. Only static. Then the radio cracked, and the voices returned. Multiple now, stacking over each other. 379112. We are counting backward. Don't break the sequence. I sat back slightly. My throat tightened. Stop, I said under my breath. But the radio didn't listen. It never did. Instead, another voice came through. Calmer. Too calm. You are hearing us correctly. I froze. Who is this? I asked immediately. No answer. Then the buried voices continued underneath it. The coordinates are not directions. They are positions. We are inside the numbers. My stomach tightened. That sentence didn't feel like speech. It felt like understanding breaking apart. I leaned closer to the mic. What coordinates? I asked. A pause. Then all voices answered at once. Highway 37. I exhaled slowly. This wasn't random anymore. It was focused, directed, like something was trying to be found through repetition. I checked the system logs. Nothing. No matching GPS entries. No registered route. No historical survey data. It was like Highway 37 existed only when it was spoken. The radio hissed again. Then a new voice slipped in. Different tone. Younger. Shaking. We tried to turn back. I sat up straight. "Who is this?" I asked quickly. The voice didn't respond directly. Instead it continued. But the tracks behind us were already filled in. I felt a cold pressure in my chest. "Tracks filled in by what?" I asked. Silence. Then the buried voices all whispered together. "Snow that moves upward." My fingers went still on the desk. Because I had heard that before. Not here. Not in logs. But earlier reports. Something about reversal in terrain behavior. But this was worse. This was confirmation. I leaned forward. "Control, patch any field units still active in Sector 9, I said quickly. No response. Then the radio answered instead. "There are no field units anymore." I frowned. "That's not true," I said immediately. But even as I said it, I wasn't sure, because the signal quality had changed. It wasn't coming from multiple devices anymore. It felt centralized, like everything had collapsed into one transmission point. The buried voices spoke again. "We are all in the same place. We just keep arriving differently." I swallowed. "What does that mean?" I asked. No answer. Then the calm voice returned. "It means you are listening from the wrong side." My breath slowed. "Wrong side of what?" I asked quietly. A pause. Then, the ice. I looked toward the window without thinking. Outside, the storm was still there. But the snow wasn't falling normally anymore. It drifted sideways, then upward, like gravity had lost interest in the ground. I stepped back slightly. "No," I whispered. The radio crackled harder, and the voices became more layered now, like multiple conversations bleeding into one. "We found something under the slope. It answers when we stop moving." "Don't stop moving." I leaned closer again. "Stop," I said firmly. "Everyone, identify yourselves properly." Silence. Then one voice responded. "We are what remained after the map ended." I felt my stomach tighten. That didn't sound like a person. It sounded like a system after collapse. Like data without structure. I checked the coordinate logs again. Still nothing. But then, the screen flickered, and a new entry appeared. "Incoming signal source, below surface grid." I blinked. "Below surface grid." I repeated. That didn't exist in any official system. The buried voices whispered again. "We are not above anything anymore." I felt a strange pressure in my ears. Like depth increasing. Not physically. Perceptually. The radio hissed again. And suddenly, the younger voice returned. More panicked now. "It is repeating us back." I leaned forward. "Who is repeating you?" I asked quickly. A pause. Then, "The ground." I went still. "That's not possible," I said under my breath. But even as I said it, the monitor flickered again. And for a second, just a second, I saw text forming beneath the system layer. Not error code. Not system message. Something else. A repeating structure. 37. 91. 12. 37. 91. 12. Looping. But reversed in every other line. I felt my throat tighten. "This is not data," I whispered. The radio answered instantly. "It is memory pressure." I frowned. Memory pressure, I repeated. The calm voice returned. Everything that enters the ice is stored. I felt my chest tighten. That's impossible, I said quickly. But the buried voices interrupted. Nothing is impossible where we are buried. Silence followed. Heavy, deeper. Then the younger voice spoke again. Quieter now. We saw you before you answered. I froze. What? I whispered. The voice continued. You were already listening before the call began. My hands went cold. That's not true, I said quickly. I only received this transmission minutes ago. A pause. Then the calm voice answered. Time does not move correctly under the ice. I stepped back slightly. The room suddenly felt smaller. Not physically, structurally, like space itself was folding inward. The buried voices spoke together again. We are not lost. We are distributed. Highway 37 is where distribution begins. I felt my pulse rise. Control, I said urgently. Trace origin point of this transmission immediately. No answer. Then, the system responded on its own. Origin point active. I leaned closer. What is it? I asked. The screen flickered. Then displayed. Highway 37, subsurface node. My stomach dropped. That's not a location, I said quietly. The radio hissed again, and the calm voice returned. It is a listening shape. I frowned. A what? No answer. Instead, the buried voices all spoke at once again. We hear everything that goes under us, and we speak it back up. I stepped away from the desk, because now I understood something I didn't want to. This wasn't a rescue call. It was feedback, a loop, a system repeating anything that entered it. The radio clicked again, and the younger voice returned, almost pleading now. Don't send anyone else down. I swallowed. Why? I asked quietly. A pause. Then, because it learns faster when it hears new fear. The line went dead. No static. No fade. Just absence again. I stood there in silence, staring at the frozen screen. But I knew it wasn't over. Because on the monitor, the coordinates were still looping, still revering, still calling something upward. And somewhere deep beneath Highway 37, something was listening back. The beacon shouldn't have been there. That was the first mistake. Emergency ground beacons are never installed above Ridge Line 9. Never in open sky zones. Never beyond excavation depth maps. But it was active, and it was calling us from above. Control, I said slowly, staring at the screen. Confirm beacon ID for Sector 9B. No response. Just a soft delay in the system. Then the console autofilled the field. Unknown beacon active. My throat tightened. That's impossible, I whispered. Because unknown meant unregistered. But active meant it had power. And power in that sector meant someone installed it. Or something did. The radio cracked once. Then a voice came through. But it wasn't a distress call. It was counting. 111. I frowned. Control, do you hear that? I asked quickly. No answer. Only static. The counting continued. 111. I leaned closer. Identify yourself, I said firmly. A pause. Then, we are above you. I froze. Above me. That didn't make sense. Sector 9B was buried deep in avalanche terrain. Nothing operated above that zone. Nothing lived above it. I checked the map again. The beacon location was fixed, but the altitude reading was wrong. Too high. It showed negative depth, like something was inverted. I stepped back slightly. No, I whispered. The radio clicked again, and a second voice joined the first. Calm. Too calm. You are looking in the wrong direction. I swallowed. Then where should I be looking? I asked quietly. A pause. Then, up. My eyes flicked instinctively toward the ceiling. The station roof creaked slightly. Just wind. Probably. But my chest tightened anyway. I looked back at the monitor. The beacon signal was getting stronger, but not moving closer. Staying fixed. Above. Control, I said quickly. Send aerial recon over Sector 9B immediately. No response. Then the system replied on its own. Airspace not clear for entry. I frowned. Not clear for entry, I repeated. That area was empty sky. No restrictions. No flight hazards. The radio crackled again, and the counting stopped. Then a new voice came through. Shaking. Closer. We tried to dig down. I froze. That voice. It was human. Definitely human. Identify yourself, I said quickly. A pause. Then, but there was nothing below us. My stomach tightened. Where are you speaking from? I asked. Silence. Then the answer came. From above what we dug. I leaned forward. That doesn't make sense, I said under my breath. The voice continued anyway. We dug until the ground stopped answering. A cold feeling crawled up my spine. Stop, I said. Explain clearly. But instead of explaining, the radio layered again. Multiple voices now. All overlapping. We dug down and fell up, and now we are here. I gripped the edge of the desk. No, I whispered. The monitor flickered, and for a split second, I saw something in the beacon feed. A shape, not underground, but suspended, like a mass hanging in empty space. Then it vanished. I blinked hard. What was that? I said out loud. No response. Then the calm voice returned. You assumed gravity was consistent. I frowned. What does that mean? I asked. A pause. Then, it was only anchored from one side. My chest tightened. The radio hissed again, and the shaking voice returned. We are not buried. We are suspended. There is no ground here anymore. I felt my breath slow. Where is here? I asked. Silence. Then, between layers. I looked at the map again. Sector 9B was still marked, but now the terrain detail was gone, replaced by blank white, like the system couldn't decide what was underneath it. The beacon signal spiked, suddenly sharp, so strong it distorted the speaker. And then, a sound came through. Not voice. Impact. Metal scraping. Wind tearing. And something else underneath it. Like pressure shifting. I leaned closer. Control, I said urgently. We are receiving structural interference in beacon feed. Do you copy? No answer. Only static. Then the voices returned again. But slower now. Almost careful. We can see the sky from below. I frowned. That's not possible, I said quickly. But even as I said it, I felt something change in the room. A subtle wrongness. Like the ceiling was slightly farther away than it should be. Or maybe closer. I looked up, just for a second. Nothing there. Just lights. But my stomach didn't relax. The radio crackled again, and the shaking voice returned. We thought we were underground. A pause. But there is no underside. I stepped back slowly. What are you saying? I asked. Silence. Then, we are inside the inversion layer. My chest tightened. Inversion layer, I repeated. The calm voice answered immediately. The point where depth becomes altitude. I shook my head. That's not real, I said. But the beacon signal spiked again. And this time, the monitor displayed something new. Notification. Signal origin reclassified. I leaned forward. Reclassified. It updated again. Beacon origin, sky-buried node. My stomach dropped. What does sky-buried mean? I whispered. The radio answered instantly. It means you are digging in the wrong direction. I froze. Stop saying that, I said under my breath. But the voices didn't stop. They grew more focused. We dug into nothing and found ourselves above it. Now we cannot return downward. I felt a cold pressure in my chest because I understood something I didn't want to. They weren't lost underground. They were displaced, spatially wrong. The beacon screamed again through static. And then, a new voice came through. Very faint, almost whispering. Don't send help upward. I leaned in fast. Why? I asked. A pause. Then, because something is already buried in the sky. Silence hit the room. Heavy, still, wrong. I stepped back. What does that mean? I asked. No answer. Only the faint hum of the beacon continuing to pulse. Above. Always above. I looked at the monitor again. The sky feed had turned dark. But inside it, something flickered. A structure. Upside down. Or right side up. I couldn't tell anymore. And then the calm voice returned one last time. We didn't dig far enough. I swallowed. Far enough for what? I asked quietly. A pause. Then, for reality to remember where to stop. The radio went silent. But the beacon didn't. It kept pulsing from above. And for the first time, I wasn't sure if we were looking at something buried in the ground, or something waiting in the sky, pretending it was still above us. The radio was already screaming before we even left the station. Team 7 respond. Cliff zone report. Visual on a man waving near ridge drop. Then silence. Then again the same voice but thinner this time. Wrong somehow. Team 7, do you copy? I remember staring at the speaker like it was breathing, like it was trying to decide what sound to make next. We were still inside the truck bay, engines off, gear half loaded. Nobody moved for a second. Then Malik spoke first. Ridge drop is closed. That's not an active zone. He said it like it would fix things, like rules still mattered. But I had already checked the map on my tablet. He was right. Ridge drop had been marked red for years. No patrols, no rescues, no reason to be there anymore. Because people who went there didn't come back clean. Dispatch came in again. Same channel, same static under the voice. Possible hiker, waving for help, last seen near cliff edge. Visual keeps disappearing when approached. That last part made my stomach tighten. Disappearing when approached is not something you hear in rescue work. That's something you hear in stories people stop telling halfway through. Captain Rourke finally stood up from the desk, slow, like he didn't want the room to notice him moving. Team 7, gear up. Nobody argued, not because it made sense, because it was his tone, flat, final. That was the first open loop in my head. Why send a team into a closed zone for a visual that disappears? We rolled out 5 minutes later. The road to Ridge Drop was not really a road anymore. It turned into cracked asphalt, then gravel, then just stone pretending to remember tires. The mountains rose on both sides like they were leaning in to listen. Malik drove. I sat behind him with the radio scanner in my lap. Every few seconds it cracked with static, even when nothing was coming through. Anyone else hearing that? Jenna asked. We all heard it, but nobody answered. The second open loop came, and we crossed the old warning gate. It was supposed to be locked. It was. It just hung there, swinging slightly, like it had already been opened for us. The metal sign on it read, Ridge Drop Closed Incident Zone. Someone had scratched something underneath it. Just 3 words. Not closed for them. I stared at it too long until Malik honked once. Stop looking at it, he said. Like the sign could notice us back. We reached the first cliff point just before dusk. That's when I saw him. A figure on the ridge line, thin, standing too still. Waving. Not like a normal wave. Not panic, not urgency. Just repetition. Up, down, ups, down. I raised binoculars. Contact visual, I said into the radio. The moment I said it, the figure stopped moving. Completely. Then it stepped back behind the rocks. Gone. Jenna exhaled behind me. Where did he go? No answer. Because the truth was worse. There was nowhere to go on that ledge. We moved closer on foot. Wind got louder the higher we climbed, but there was something else inside it. Something like a voice trying to form words it couldn't remember. That was when the radio clicked again. Team 7, do you see me? We all froze. It was the same channel, but we were the only team on it. Malik frowned. That's dispatch. I shook my head before I even thought about it. No, dispatch is still at base. We checked. Signal was clear. Base was still transmitting normal traffic, routine calls, nothing about us. So who was talking? The third open loop opened right there on the mountain. Because the voice said something only we could hear. Don't come closer. And it didn't sound like fear. It sounded like recognition. Jenna stepped forward anyway. Hello, who is this? We're rescue. Static. Then the voice again, softer now. You already saw me. I felt my throat go dry. Because I had. We all had. But none of us admitted it at the same time. We pushed higher anyway. Training takes over when logic breaks. That's what they tell you. But my training never covered this. Halfway up the ridge, we found footprints in the gravel. Fresh. Too fresh. But there was no one in front of us. Only behind. Malik noticed it first. These are going down. I crouched. He was right. Footprints were forming in reverse direction, like someone had walked away from us before we even arrived. That was the first real shift in the air. Not fear yet. Wrongness. Deep, quiet wrongness. Then the radio screamed again. Not words this time. Just breathing. Slow, wet, close. Jenna pulled the radio away from her ear. That's not coming from base. We knew that, because base was miles away, and the sound was inside the mountain. We kept moving, but now every step felt like it had already happened once before. Like we were repeating ourselves without noticing. That's when I saw the second figure. Not waving this time. Standing still between 2 rocks. Closer. Too close. Contact visual again, I said, but my voice cracked halfway. The figure didn't move. We approached slowly. 10 meters. 5. 3. And then Malik stopped. "Don't," he whispered, because the figure was wearing our gear. Same jacket, same rescue patch, same helmet, but the face underneath was wrong. Not injured, not dead, just incomplete. Like someone had erased parts of it and left the rest to guess. The figure raised its hand and waved. Slow, deliberate. I stepped back without realizing it. Jenna whispered, "That's not possible." The radio answered her. "It is now." That was the moment the fourth open loop formed, because we realized something no one said out loud. We weren't tracking a missing hiker. We were being guided towards something that already knew our names. We retreated a few steps, but the mountain didn't let the distance grow. The sound of footsteps started behind us again, matching ours perfectly. I turned. No one was there, but the sound continued, like someone invisible was learning how to walk by copying us. Then Malik shouted, "Base, we need extraction now." Static answered him. Then a voice. "Calm. Too calm. Team 7, you are still en route. Please confirm ETA." Jenna grabbed my arm. "We're already here." I looked at the radio display. It still showed us as en route, as if we had never stopped moving, as if this moment wasn't happening yet. That was the first time I felt it. Not fear, but separation, like we were no longer fully inside the same version of reality. The figure ahead of us stepped back again, and this time it spoke clearly. "I tried to warn you." I swallowed hard. "Who are you?" It tilted its head, and the voice came through the radio instead of the air. "You were the first Team 7. Silent, then static, then a memory I shouldn't have had. A report I had never read. Missing Team 7, Ridge drop incident, no recovery." Malik whispered, "That was 3 years ago." But the figure was still standing there, waiting, like it had been waiting longer than that. The wind changed direction suddenly, and for a split second, I heard all of us speaking at once through the radio. Different tones, different panic levels, all saying the same thing. "Do not come up here." Jenna dropped to her knees. "That's us, that's our voices." But they weren't just repeating. They were overlapping, layered, like time itself was bleeding through the channel. The final escalation came when the figure lifted its hand one more time and pointed behind us. Slowly, carefully, we turned and saw our own footprints leading away. But they weren't going back down the mountain. They were going up, above us, into the sky where the cliff ended. And for the first time, I understood the problem. We weren't on the mountain anymore. We were inside something that remembered the mountain. The radio crackled one last time. Base voice clean, clear. "Team 7, status update." I opened my mouth, but Malik spoke first, his voice shaking. "We never deployed." And the mountain answered him, in our own voices, from everywhere at once. And that was when the line went dead. The moment we crossed into Highway 37, the world felt like it forgot our names. The radio didn't cut out, it didn't fail, that would have been better. It just stopped agreeing with reality. "Team 7, confirm approach," dispatch said. But we were already on the cliff road, already past the point of confirming anything. Malik frowned at the dashboard. "We checked in 5 minutes ago." "I know," I said, but the radio didn't care. It repeated the request again, slower this time, like it was thinking. "Team 7, confirm approach." Jenna leaned forward between the seats. Why does it sound like it's waiting for us to answer something we already answered? No one replied. Because she was right. And that's the kind of thought you don't say out loud in rescue work. The road narrowed fast after that. Trees closed in like they were trying to see inside the truck. The mountains on both sides looked too tall, too close, like they had shifted while we weren't watching. That was the first open loop. Not the missing hiker, not the cliff zone, but the feeling that the map we followed was no longer the same map everyone else had. Then we saw the first sign. A broken wooden marker half buried in dirt. Highway 37, keep moving. No arrows, no direction. Just that. Keep moving. I remember staring at it longer than I should have. Was that always there? Jenna asked. Malik shook his head. This road was closed years ago. But we were still on it. That was the second loop. Because if it was closed, why did we have a signal here? The radio cracked again, before anyone could answer. This time the voice was different. Not dispatch. Not control. A man. Breathing too close to the mic. Help, I see you. We all froze. Malik grabbed the radio. State your position. Static answered him first. Then the same voice again. Don't come up here. Jenna whispered, that's the hiker. But something felt wrong. Because the voice didn't sound like it was calling from ahead. It sounded like it was inside the truck. We stopped the vehicle at the edge of the cliff access point. Engines off. Silence rushed in too fast, like it had been waiting outside. Below us, the drop opened into dark rock and fog. No wind movement, no birds, nothing normal. Just space that didn't feel like space. That was the third open loop. Why would someone wave for help and vanish every time someone approached? We stepped out. Gear clicks, boots on gravel, every sound too loud. I remember tightening my glove straps like it would anchor me to something real. Jenna pointed ahead. There, a figure stood near the ridge line. Not running. Not waving yet. Just waiting. Malik lifted binoculars. Male, adult, no movement. Then the figure waved. Slow. Up and down. Like it was remembering how. We started forward. 10 meters. Then 5. The air changed the closer we got. Not colder, not warmer. Just quieter. Like sound was being asked to leave. The figure stopped waving the moment we stepped closer. And that's when it vanished. Not ran. Not fell. Just removed from the scene like it had never been rendered properly. Jenna stopped walking. Where did it go? No one answered. Because we all saw the same thing. There was nowhere it could have gone. No cover, no descent, no escape route. Only air and cliff. Malik checked the radio again. It was already active, even though no one touched it. Team 7, the voice said softly. You're early. I felt my stomach tighten. Who is this? I asked. The radio paused. Then, you already saw me. That was the moment the first real fear settled in. Not panic. Recognition without memory. We moved closer to the cliff edge again. And that's when the footprints appeared. Fresh. Too fresh. Cutting through loose gravel like someone had just stepped there seconds ago. Jenna knelt. These weren't here before. Malik scanned the ground. They're heading back. But that was the problem. They were forming while we watched them. Step by step. As if something invisible was walking away from us in real time. Backward. I crouched lower. The prints were human-shaped, but wrong in depth. Like they were made without weight. The radio crackled again. And this time it wasn't a voice. It was breathing. Slow, wet, close. Jenna stepped back fast. That's not from base. Malik raised his voice. Dispatch, confirm audio source. Silence. Then dispatch responded. But the tone was wrong. Too calm. Team 7, all units are clear. No active distress in your sector. I looked at Malik. He looked at me back. We were standing in a place that officially didn't exist. Talking about a man who officially wasn't there. And still receiving calls about him. That was the fourth loop forming. Because something was clearly watching us respond. We pushed forward anyway. Training doesn't stop just because reality bends. That's what they tell you. But no one tells you what to do when reality bends back. Halfway up the ridge, the fog got thicker. Not spreading. Arriving. Like it had been summoned. The figure reappeared ahead of us. Same spot. Same stillness. This time closer. Too close. Jenna raised her rifle flashlight. Hey, we're here to help. The beam hit the figure. And for half a second, I saw our gear on it. Same uniforms. Same patches. Team 7. My breath stopped. Malik, I whispered. But he had already noticed. The figure raised its hand again. Not waving this time. Pointing behind us. We turned slowly. And saw the footprints again. But now they were going uphill. Above us. Not down. Not away. Up. Like someone had walked into the sky and left the ground behind. That's when the radio changed again. Not one voice. Multiple. Overlapping. All saying different things at once. Don't come up here. We are already here. You're still arriving. The voices layered until they stopped sounding human at all. Jenna dropped her radio. It's copying us. Malik shook his head hard. No, it's not copying, it's predicting. That word hit harder than anything else. Predicting. Because that meant it knew what we would say before we said it. The figure ahead stepped backward into the fog. But the fog didn't swallow it. It carried it. Like it was part of it. Malik tried base again. Extraction needed, immediate. The reply came instantly. Team 7, you are still en route. He froze. We're here, he said. Pause. Then the voice answered. No, you are not yet deployed. That was the final open loop, opening in my mind. If we weren't deployed, then what were we doing here? A sudden wind rushed through the ridge. And for a split second, the radio played something different. A recording. Our voices. From earlier. Except distorted. Older. Like they had been stored for years. Team 7, confirm approach. Then static swallowed it again. We all looked at each other at the same time. Because we realized it at the same moment. We were not on a mission. We were inside one that had already ended. Malik whispered, we should go back. But when we turned around, the road we came from was gone. Only cliff. Only fog. Only Highway 37, stretching into nothing that looked like memory. And behind us, the radio spoke one last time. Soft. Patient. Team 7, you are already on site. And this time, we finally understood what that meant. Because somewhere in the fog, something was still waving. And it was learning our names one voice at a time. The radio didn't fail. It paused, like something had put a hand over its mouth. 1 second, Team 7 was reporting location near Ridge Drop. Next second, nothing. No static, no crackle, no emergency tone. Just a clean, empty channel where voices used to live. Then the breathing started. Slow, wet, too close to be from the mountains. Dispatch caught it first. I remember the control room audio bleeding into our secondary speaker, even though we weren't supposed to hear it. Team 7, please respond. Then a pause. And after that pause, breathing. Not one person, not one source. It sounded layered, like multiple lungs trying to use the same air. The dispatcher went quiet for a second, then tried again. Team 7 confirmed status. The breathing got louder. That was the first open loop. Because silence in rescue work is normal, but answered silence is not. Malik leaned forward in the truck. Why is dispatch hearing something we're not? I didn't answer right away. Because I was listening to our own radio. And ours was still dead. No sound at all. Just the faint electric hum of a powered device that had nothing to say anymore. We were still on Highway 37, parked near the ridge edge. Fog had started to roll in lower than it should have. Not from below. From sideways, like the mountain was exhaling into the air. Jenna checked her headset again. Maybe it's a system glitch. We should reset comms. Malik shook his head. All channels dropped at the same time. That's not a glitch. He was right. It wasn't random. It was coordinated. That was the second open loop. Because systems don't all fail together unless something touches them all at once. Something that shouldn't exist across frequency ranges. Dispatch came back again. But this time the voice wasn't stable. It kept slipping. Like someone was leaning too close to the microphone and too far away at the same time. Team 7. Then breathing again. Then something worse. A whisper under the breathing. Not words we could fully hear. Just rhythm. Like speech trying to form without language. Jenna grabbed the radio unit. We need backup communication. She switched to emergency band. Nothing. Switched again. Nothing. Every channel was the same. Dead except for dispatch. And dispatch was no longer speaking normally. The breathing changed. It started matching the rhythm of our truck engine. We all noticed it at the same time. Malik turned the ignition off slowly. The engine died, but the breathing didn't stop. It continued, now matching us instead. I felt my throat tighten, because that meant it wasn't just on the radio anymore. It was learning patterns. Jenna whispered, "That's not possible." But her voice cracked at the end, because she knew it already was. We stepped out of the vehicle. The fog had gotten closer. It was sitting at knee height now, circling the wheels like it remembered where the truck had been. That's when I noticed something on the radio display. Even though it was silent, it showed signal strength. Full bars. And increasing. Malik saw it too. "That makes no sense," he said. But then the display flickered. And for half a second, it showed something else. Coordinates. Not hours. Not mapped. Just a string of numbers repeating downward. Like a location that kept sinking. That was the third open loop. Where was the signal coming from if everything was dead? And why did it still think we were connected? We started walking toward the ridge again. Not because we wanted to. Because something about the silence felt heavier than sound. Like standing still would make us easier to find. Halfway up, Jenna stopped. "Do you hear that?" We all stopped. At first, nothing. Then faintly, a voice from behind us. Our own voice. Team 7 confirmed status. I turned fast. Nothing there. Just fog. But the radio on Malik's chest crackled again. Same words, same tone, but delayed, like it was replaying us after we spoke. Malik frowned. That's not live. I shook my head. It is, I said quietly. And it's ahead of us. That realization changed everything. Because it meant the transmission wasn't coming from dispatch anymore. It was coming from the space in front of us. The fog thickened again, and something inside it shifted. A shape, not fully visible, just density moving against density. Then the radio spoke again. But now the voice was clearer. Closer. Team 7, do not proceed further. Jenna stepped back. Who is this? No answer. Then the voice repeated. Do not proceed further. But this time, it sounded like Malik. We all froze. Malik looked at me immediately. I didn't say that, but the radio did. And it said it perfectly. His tone, his packing, his breathing pattern between words. That was when the fourth open loop formed. Because the signal wasn't just transmitting sound. It was copying identity. We retreated slightly without realizing it. But the fog moved with us. Not following. Matching. Every step we took, it shifted to maintain distance like it was rehearsing our position. Then dispatch came back again. But now the connection was unstable. Breaking apart. Team 7, please respond. Breathing underneath. Louder now. Closer now. Jenna suddenly grabbed my arm. Look. She pointed to the ground. Footprints were forming again. But this time, they weren't ours. They were arriving before we stepped. Like the path already knew where we would stand. I felt my stomach drop. Because that meant our movement was already recorded somewhere. Already played out. Malik whispered, we need to go back to the truck. But when we turned, the truck wasn't visible anymore. Just fog. Just space that should have held it. But didn't. Jenna's breathing quickened. This isn't right. We didn't walk that far. She was correct. We hadn't. But distance no longer mattered in a place where signals could think. The radio suddenly went loud. Not static. Not voice. Just breathing at maximum volume. Like someone pressed their face against the microphone and refused to pull away. Then, a new sound underneath it. Not human. Not machine. Something that didn't belong to either category. A tone that bent slightly after every repetition. Malik covered his ears, turn it off. But it wasn't a switch issue. The radio had stopped being a device. It was now a point of contact. And something on the other side was noticing us noticing it. The fog parted slightly. For just a second. And we saw the ridge again. But the figure was back. Standing exactly where we last saw it. Except now, it wasn't waving. It was holding a radio. Our radio that we left in the truck. Jenna whispered, how did it? The figure raised its head, and the radio on Malik's chest spoke again. But now it wasn't copying him. It was using him. Team 7, it said in Malik's voice. You are already transmitting. Malik stumbled back. That's not me. But his voice didn't matter anymore. Because the signal had already chosen it. That was the final open loop. Not who was speaking, but who was being replaced. The breathing stopped suddenly. Complete silence returned. Even the wind disappeared. And in that silence, the radio display changed one last time. From no signal to live source DTCTD, Team 7. Jenna looked at me. Her eyes were wide. "We're the signal now." And the fog moved closer. Not around us. Into us. The first thing I heard wasn't the door. It was the radio. A soft crackle, like something breathing through broken wires. Then a voice came through. But it wasn't clear. Just fragments. "Team 7, do you copy?" A long pause. Then static again. I froze at the dispatch desk, my fingers still hovering over the log sheet. The mountain feed was supposed to be silent. Team 7 was still out there. Still climbing. Still responding to the missing hikers near Highway 37. So hearing them on return frequency made no sense. I leaned closer to the console. "Team 7, confirm status," I said into the mic. My voice came out tighter than I wanted. "Nothing." Only that same low static. Then another sound slipped in. Breathing. Not mine. Not from the room. From the radio. Slow, wet, close. Like someone was right up against the mic, not speaking, just existing there. I looked at the speaker like it had changed shape. Then I heard footsteps outside. Heavy, uneven, like boots dragging through gravel. The station door opened. Cold air rushed in first. Then they came inside. Team 7. All 5 of them. But something was wrong before I even looked at their faces. They weren't carrying anything. No ropes. No packs. No helmets. No radios. Nothing. Just empty hands and torn uniforms. I stood up slowly. My chair scraped back too loud in the silence. "Where is your gear?" I asked. No one answered. They just walked in like they were sleepwalking. The lead climber, Sergeant Hale, stopped near the desk. His face was pale in a way that didn't feel like cold, more like something had drained him from the inside. His eyes didn't focus on me. They moved past me, like I wasn't there. "Report," I said again. "What happened on the ridge?" Still nothing. One of them, a younger guy, kept blinking too slowly, like each blink cost him effort. And then I noticed something worse. Their clothes weren't just torn. They were mismatched. Like parts of them belonged to different uniforms, different fabrics, different stains, as if something had tried to rebuild them wrong. I reached for the logbook. Team 7 returned at. My pen stopped mid-line, because the entry I was about to write was already there. Fresh ink. Same handwriting. Same timestamp. Team 7 returned at 02:14 a.m. No equipment, no report provided. My stomach dropped. I hadn't written that. I looked up. Sergeant Hale was staring directly at the logbook now. For the first time. And he whispered something so low, I almost didn't hear it. "We never came back." A chill crawled up my spine. "Then who are you?" I asked. No answer. Instead, the radio behind me cracked again. And this time, all 5 of them reacted at once. Like the sound hurt them. Every head snapped toward the speaker. And from it came a voice. Hale's voice. Clearer than before. "Calm. Too calm. Team 7, confirm visual on subject." I turned slowly toward the radio. My hand went numb, because I realized something simple and impossible. That voice wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from the same person standing in front of me. But his mouth wasn't moving. I looked back at him. His lips were shut. Still, and the radio repeated the same sentence again. Team 7, confirm visual on subject. The younger climber started shaking. Not violently, just small tremors, like something inside him was trying to get out but couldn't find the door. He whispered, "We answered that already." I stepped back. Answered what? His eyes finally met mine. And they looked wrong. Not empty. Not gone. But layered. Like something else was sitting behind them. We saw the man, he said. My throat tightened. What man? He pointed toward the mountain window. The glass was fogging from the cold outside. But as I looked closer, I realized the fog wasn't random. It was forming patterns. Human shapes. Standing just beyond the glass. Watching. The radio crackled again. But this time it wasn't a call. It was laughter. Soft. Broken. Like someone trying to imitate relief and failing. Hale finally moved. Slowly. He walked to the window. Every step sounded heavier than the last. You should have shut it down, he said quietly. I swallowed. Shut what down? He didn't answer. Instead, he pressed his hand against the glass. And the fog on the outside pressed back. Like it recognized him. I stepped closer without thinking. Tell me what you saw, I said. His voice cracked. We saw the missing hikers. A pause. And then we didn't. The younger climber suddenly grabbed his head. Hard. Like he was trying to hold something in place. Stop, he muttered. Stop repeating it. I frowned, repeating what? He looked at me. But this time his voice came out layered. 2 tones at once. One human. One not. The coordinates are still open. The radio burst again. This time louder. Almost screaming. And every single speaker in the station echoed it at once. Not just ours. Every channel. Every backup frequency. All repeating the same thing. The coordinates are still open. I backed away from the console. What coordinates? I whispered. Hale turned to me slowly. And for the first time, I saw fear in his face. Real fear. Not from the mountain. From remembering. We followed the signal, he said. My voice shook. What signal? He didn't answer directly. Instead, he said something that made my skin go cold. The one that answered us first. Silence dropped hard into the room. Even the radio stopped. For a second. Just 1 second. Then the speaker behind me whispered my name. I froze. That wasn't possible. Only dispatch lines could hear incoming audio. But it said it again. My name. Clear. Close. Like someone leaning into my ear from inside the machine. I turned the volume knob down instantly. But the voice didn't lower. It stayed the same. Because it wasn't coming through volume anymore. It was coming through the room. The younger climber suddenly stepped back. No, he said softly. It's not supposed to follow you here. I looked at him. What is? He opened his mouth. But before he could answer, Hale spoke again. And this time, his voice didn't sound like a memory. It sounded like something being forced through him. We didn't reach the ridge. I frowned. You just walked in from the ridge. He shook his head slowly. We walked out of something that looked like it. The lights flickered. Once. Twice. And for a split second, I saw something outside the window. Not the mountain. Not the trees. But another station. Same layout. Same room. Same desk. But empty. Waiting. Then it was gone. I stumbled back. What is that? I whispered. No one answered. Because they were all looking at me now. All 5 of them. Perfectly synchronized. Like they were finally seeing me clearly. The radio clicked one last time. And a final message came through. Not from outside. Not from dispatch. from everywhere at once. Subject confirmed inside Station 14. I stepped back. My chair hit the wall. That's not this station, I said. But even as I said it, I wasn't sure anymore. Because the logbook on the desk flipped open on its own. Pages turning slowly. And every page said the same thing. Station 14. Station 14. Station 14. I looked up. Team 7 wasn't standing where they were anymore. They were closer. Too close. And Hale spoke one last time. Soft. Almost apologetic. You're already logged in. The radio hissed again. And this time it didn't sound like static. It sounded like breathing behind the walls. Not outside. Inside. And as the lights began to fail one by one, I realized the worst part was what came back from Highway 37. It was that something had followed them here. And it had already started using my voice. The last thing I heard before the station went fully dark was my own name, being called back to me from every speaker in the building at once. And then, silence that didn't feel empty. Just waiting. The roll call should have been simple. Names, voices, confirmation. That's all it ever was. But that night, nothing matched the list on my screen. I stared at the roster for Team 7, my hand frozen over the mic. Say your names, I said slowly, one by one. Static answered first. Then a voice. Sergeant Hale. Clear, controlled. Too controlled. Next came the younger climber. Rook. Then another. Danvers. Then a pause. Too long. I checked the monitor again. 4 names confirmed. 4 live signatures. But 5 heat signatures were still showing on the Ridge feed. That meant someone was lying. Or the system was. Then the last voice came through. Soft. Almost wrong. Me. Just that. Not a name. Not an identity. Just me. I leaned closer to the console. Identify yourself, I said. No answer. Only breathing on the channel again. Slow. Close. Like someone standing behind the mic instead of speaking into it. I felt my throat tighten. Because I knew that kind of silence. It wasn't human hesitation. It was something avoiding definition. I checked the logs again. And my stomach dropped. The system showed 5 entries. But only 4 names. 1 entry was blank. No label. No call sign. Just coordinates. And they were moving. I looked at the ridge map. The dots flickered. 4 were clustered near the old avalanche line. The 5th was standing inside them. Not beside. Not behind. Inside the same space. Like it didn't follow distance anymore. I pressed the mic again. Team 7 confirmed visual separation. Static burst. Then Hale spoke again. But his voice changed slightly. Not in tone. In placement. It sounded like it came from the room itself. Not the speaker. We are all together, he said. A cold weight settled in my chest. That's not possible, I whispered. A second voice overlapped his immediately. Rook's voice. No one is missing. Then Danvers. We came down together. But I remembered the earlier reports. Gear abandoned halfway. Footprints splitting into different directions. And the radio logs that didn't match movement patterns. Something wasn't returning correctly. Not physically. Logically. I stood up slowly. And that's when I noticed something on the monitor feed. The ridge camera was still active. Barely. Snow distortion covered most of it. But I saw them, all 5 figures, standing in a tight formation. Too tight, shoulder to shoulder, not moving, not looking at each other, looking at the camera, as if they knew it was watching. I zoomed in. My hand shook, because I realized something worse. They weren't wearing the same clothes anymore. The uniforms were changing between frames, like the image couldn't decide what they had survived. Hale's jacket would be clean for 1 second, then torn in the next. Rook's helmet would appear, then disappear, like memory was failing inside the recording itself. Then the 5th figure shifted slightly, just a tilt of the head, and I swear, I felt it look at me, even through the screen. The radio clicked again, and a whisper slipped through. Not loud, not urgent, just certain. There were only 4 of us. I froze. My fingers stopped midair. "That's not what you said," I whispered back. Silence. Then Rook's voice came again. I didn't say anything. A long pause. Then Danvers. I didn't either. Another pause. Then Hale. Slow. Measured. We never spoke after the ridge. My heart started beating harder, because I was hearing them talk. Right now. But they were denying it. Which meant one of 2 things. Either the system was replaying recordings, or something inside the channel was rewriting memory in real time. I checked the timestamp logs, and my breath caught. The audio feed was not recording. It was generating. Every sentence, every response, was being produced live, from inside the line. I leaned into the mic. Team 7, confirm your last known action. No answer. Only wind. But the ridge camera flickered again. And suddenly, they weren't standing anymore. They were sitting on the snow, perfectly aligned, facing different directions, like something had reset their positions without asking them. I felt my skin go cold, because none of the footage showed movement. It just showed results, as if actions were happening between frames where I wasn't allowed to see. Then the 5th figure moved again, this time stepping forward, closer to the camera, closer than the others. Its face was still unclear. Snow distortion, signal noise, shadow interference. But I noticed one thing. Its shadow didn't match its body. It stretched the wrong direction. Upward, against gravity. My chair creaked as I leaned back. "No," I whispered. "That shouldn't happen. Shadows don't break rules." But this one did. The radio cracked again. And this time, the voice wasn't trying to be human anymore. It was just communication. Pure signal. Only 4 returned, it said. Then Hale's voice immediately followed. No, 5 went out. Then Rook. 1 stayed behind. Danvers. 1 is still speaking. I shut my eyes for a second, because none of that made sense together. And that's when the system alert flashed red. Team count mismatch. Identity overlap deity satidi. Do not trust live feed. I stared at the warning. My hands went numb, because it wasn't a system warning I had ever seen before. It wasn't standard protocol text. It felt inserted, like someone had written it inside the machine itself. Then the 5th voice returned, right in my ear. Not through speakers, not through radio. Directly. Soft. Calm. You are counting wrong. I spun around. The room was empty, but the mic was still on, and the line was still open. And in the silence that followed, I realized something I didn't want to understand. The system didn't know how many of them returned, because the system couldn't decide which version of them was real. I looked at the monitor again. The 5 figures were gone. Now there were 6, standing on the ridge, perfectly still, and one of them was facing away from the mountain, looking down, straight into the camera, straight into me. The radio clicked one last time, and the voice said something I will never forget. We only needed 4 to leave. The lights in the station flickered, and for a brief second, I saw something standing behind my reflection on the glass. Not behind me, behind the reflection, and it was smiling like it already knew how this ended. The first message came in like any other, but the warning attached to it made my stomach drop before I even opened the file. Do not tag this location. All caps. No signature. No agency code. Just that. My cursor hovered over it for a second too long. Then I opened the report anyway. Possible distress call received from hikers near unmarked cabin zone beyond Highway 37 Ridge Line. Visual contact intermittent. Requesting dispatch confirmation. I frowned. Unmarked cabin zones don't exist in our system. Every structure has a grid tag, even abandoned ones, especially abandoned ones. I checked the map. Zoomed in. Highway 37 Ridge Line. But when I tried to drop a pin, the system flickered. Not crashed. Flickered. Like something was pushing back. Then a second alert popped up. System override request DNID. I leaned back in my chair. That was new. Nobody requests override just to mark a location. I picked up the radio. Dispatch to field units. Confirm report origin. Static answered first. Then a voice I didn't recognize. Young, uneasy. We're seeing it now. I sat up. Seeing what? A pause. Then, cabin. Another voice cut in immediately. Older. Tighter. Don't log this. My fingers froze over the keyboard. What did you say? I asked. Silence followed. Too long. Then the first voice came back. It wasn't here yesterday. I felt a small, uncomfortable shift in my chest. Because I had reviewed that sector yesterday. There was nothing there. Not even terrain markers. Just blank mapping space where elevation data refused to settle. I opened the satellite feed. It should have shown nothing but forest and cliffside. Instead, there was a shape. Small. Dark. Impossible. A cabin. I zoomed in. My screen glitched again. Just for a second. And in that second, the cabin was gone. Then back. Then gone again. Like it was deciding whether it wanted to be seen. Field units, I said into the mic, my voice tighter now. Confirm visual stability. The response came slower this time. We are at the structure, the older voice said. A pause. Then something strange. But it's already open. I frowned. Is there forced entry? No, he said. Another pause. Like it's been waiting. That word stuck in my mind. Waiting. I checked the log system again. Still blank for that region. No records. No property file. No emergency history. Nothing. And yet the live feed showed movement inside the cabin. Shadows. Shifting behind the window. I leaned closer to the monitor. Describe interior, I ordered. Static crackled. Then the younger voice returned. It's warm in here. That was wrong. That entire region was freezing. Snowpack levels should have made any heat retention impossible. Then he added something quieter, like someone just left. The radio hissed sharply. Then the older voice spoke again, lower this time. "Dispatch, you need to stop recording this." I paused. My hand hovered over the log button. "What do you mean stop recording?" No answer. Instead, I heard footsteps through the feed. Slow, careful, like someone walking through wood that didn't trust weight. Then a new sound joined in. Breathing. Not from them. From inside the cabin. I leaned forward instinctively. "Confirm additional presence," I said. Silence. Then, the younger voice cracked slightly. "There's a list on the table." My skin went cold. "What list?" I asked. No response for a moment. Then he said, "Our names." The room felt suddenly smaller. I checked the personnel feed. 3 field units were confirmed on site, but the audio only showed 2 voices. "Read it," the older one said suddenly. "Don't," the younger one replied immediately. "Read it," the older voice repeated. A long silence. Then paper shifting through the mic. And the younger voice began reading. Slowly, like each name was heavier than the last. Rook. Pause. Hale. Pause. Danvers. Another pause. Then, and someone else. I frowned. "There are only 3 of you," I said into the mic. No response. The camera feed flickered again. And for a second, I saw something reflected in the cabin window. Not the crew. Something standing behind them. Too tall for the room. Then it was gone. "Dispatch," the older voice said suddenly, sharper now. "Do not tag this location." I swallowed. "Why?" A pause. Then the younger voice answered instead. "Because it will remember you if you do." I felt a chill crawl through my arms. "That's not how systems work," I said automatically. Then I stopped, because I wasn't sure anymore. Not after what I was seeing. The cabin feed shifted again, and now there were 4 shadows inside, but only 3 personnel tags. I checked the tracker. Still 3 dots. Still 3 signatures. But the camera showed 4 bodies. One of them wasn't moving. Just standing in the corner. Facing the wall. Not interacting. Not breathing in rhythm. Just present. I leaned closer. "Who is the 4th person?" I asked. No answer came. But the radio picked up something else. A soft voice. Not from the field. Not from dispatch. From the system itself. "Tag not recognized." My hands went cold. The younger voice suddenly whispered, "It's learning our labels." I stood up so fast my chair rolled back. "What is that supposed to mean?" Silence. Then the older voice returned, slower now. "Tear the list." I frowned. "What list?" "The one on the table," he said. A pause. We shouldn't have read it. I looked at my screen again. The cabin feed was unstable now, flickering between angles that didn't match any installed camera. And in one frame, just one, I saw the list. Close up, ink still fresh, and one line at the bottom I hadn't seen before. Dispatch included. I stepped back. "No," I whispered. That wasn't possible. We were never part of field documentation. We never appeared in site logs. But the words stayed there, burned into the feed. Then the radio went completely silent. For the first time since the call started. No static. No breathing. Nothing. Just empty channel. I waited. 10 seconds. 20. Then, a new transmission opened. But it wasn't from the cabin. It was from my console. Directly. Without radio. Without mic activation. Just speaking. Do not tag this location. I froze. The same message. The same words. But now it sounded closer. Inside the room. I turned slowly toward the monitor. The cabin feed was gone. In its place was a map. My map. And on it, a new point had appeared. Flashing. Slowly. Labeling itself. Dispatch room active zone. I stepped back again. No, I said out loud. But the system didn't care. The cursor moved on its own, hovering over my station, waiting, and in the reflection of my screen, I saw something behind me that wasn't part of the room anymore. Something that looked like a doorway forming where the wall should have been. And on the other side of it was a cabin window, looking back at me. The first alarm didn't come from a hiker. It came from the cabin. At 2:14 a.m., the entire dispatch board lit up at once. Not one channel, not one zone, all of them. A single emergency ping repeating every 6 seconds like a heartbeat that refused to die. I remember leaning forward, eyes fixed on the screen. Unknown location, I muttered. But the system didn't say unknown. It said no tag available, signal origin active. That was the first wrong thing. Because every emergency signal in the system has a tag, a point, a grid. Even if it's wrong, it's still something. This one had nothing. Just a blinking red marker in the middle of a blank mountain sector that didn't exist on any official map. And then the radio spoke. Not a person. Not a dispatcher. Something else. A voice came through the open channel like it had been waiting under the static. Station respond. I froze. The mic wasn't keyed. Nobody on my team was transmitting. Still, the voice continued, slow and uneven, like it was learning how sound worked. Station 14 respond. My stomach tightened. Station 14 wasn't even in service anymore. It was removed from the registry 2 years ago after the landslide. We don't even use that call sign. I looked at the senior dispatcher across the room. She didn't move, just stared at her screen like she already knew what I was hearing. Did you? I started. She raised one finger, silent. The voice came again, closer this time. Do not leave. A pause. Then something I still can't explain properly. A second voice overlapped it. Not louder. Not clearer. Just underneath it. Like two transmissions sharing the same breath. One sounded human. The other didn't. It made my teeth ache when I heard it. Do not leave, we are inside. The second voice didn't match speech patterns. It didn't break like language. It bent like something trying to imitate it after hearing it once. I reached for the log button. My hand stopped midair. Because the system automatically started recording. Without input. Without command. A file name generated itself. Highway 37 cabin node active. That name hit harder than anything else. Highway 37 is a dead route, closed, officially erased after the rock collapsed last winter. There shouldn't be anything active there, not even static. And yet the signal kept coming. Every 6 seconds, like something was knocking from inside the radio itself. Another dispatcher spoke behind me. That sector is offline, he said. It's been scrubbed. But the screen disagreed. A new icon appeared. A tiny blinking cabin symbol. No coordinates, no grid reference, just a symbol like someone drew it by hand and forced it into the system. Then the emergency feed expanded on its own. A live audio stream opened. I didn't click anything. None of us did. We just heard it. Wind first. Heavy, close. Then wood creaking. Like an old structure shifting under pressure. And then breathing. Slow. Not panicked. Close enough that it felt like it was happening behind my chair. A voice whispered into the feed. Not calling for help. Not reporting an emergency. Just speaking like it had already accepted we were listening. You recorded us wrong. The room went cold. Someone dropped a pen. It rolled across the floor like it was trying to get away from the sound. I leaned closer to the speakers. Identify yourself, I said automatically. Training, reflex, comfort. There was a pause. Then the second voice came back again, layered under the first like a shadow trying to speak through skin. You are already inside. That's when the map changed. I watched it happen in real time. The blank mountain sector filled itself in. Contours appeared that weren't in any database. Trees drew themselves in. A narrow ridge line formed like a scar across the terrain. And in the center, a cabin. Small. Old. Wrong in a way I couldn't explain. Because it didn't just appear. It looked like it had always been there, and we were the ones who had forgotten it. Someone behind me whispered, "That's impossible." But the radio didn't care. The voice continued. 3 of you will answer. Then a pause. Longer this time. Like it was listening back. 4 already did. I felt my throat go dry. I checked the staffing board. All units accounted for. No missing personnel. No active field teams. But something in the system flickered. A brief glitch. A name appeared for less than a second. Then disappeared. I didn't catch it fully, but my brain held onto the shape of it. Like it didn't want me to forget. Another transmission broke through. This one was not audio. It was presence. A pressure in the room, a feeling like the air had thickened. Then the cabin voice spoke again. Closer. Too close. You are logging us in real time. I turned down the speaker volume. It didn't change anything. The sound stayed the same. Like it wasn't coming through hardware anymore. Like it was already inside the room. One of the junior dispatchers finally stood up. We should cut the feed, he said quickly. This is corrupted. It's a loop or a spoof signal. He reached for the control panel. The moment his hand touched it, every screen in the room went black. Not off. Black. Like someone painted over reality. Silence followed. For exactly 2 seconds. Then the cabin spoke again. And this time it sounded disappointed. You keep trying to close what is already open. The screens came back. But something was different. Every workstation now showed the same live feed. Not maps. Not logs. A camera view. Inside the cabin. A wooden table. A lantern flickering. And 4 chairs. 3 were empty. 1 was not. I leaned closer without meaning to. My reflection appeared faintly in the monitor glass. But it didn't match my movement. It stayed still while I moved. And in that still reflection, something stood behind me. I didn't turn right away, because I already knew what I would see. The room behind me was empty, but the reflection was. That's when the voice returned one last time. No longer from the speakers. No longer from the system. Just directly. Like it had stopped using anything at all. Station 14 is not offline. A pause, long enough for my heartbeat to feel too loud. It is occupied. The lights in the dispatch center flickered once, and in that single blink of darkness, I heard wood creaking again. Not in the cabin feed, not in the radio. Right behind me. When the lights returned, nothing had moved. But every monitor now showed something new. A fifth chair, slightly pulled back, like someone had just stood up from it. And the log system auto-updated one more time. Highway 37 cabin node, 5 active PRSNCES DETCTD. I stared at that line until my vision blurred. Because there were only 4 of us in the room. At least that's what I thought. Then the radio whispered again, softer this time. Almost gentle. You are learning to count wrong. And I realized something I still wish I hadn't. The cabin wasn't calling for help. It was checking attendance. And we had already been marked present. It started with a missing dot on the map. Then it became something worse. It began removing itself. I was staring at the screen when it happened again. The cabin marker, our only fixed point in that dead mountain sector, blinked once, then faded like it was never there. I leaned closer, refreshed the system. Nothing, just blank terrain, smooth digital silence where the cabin used to be. Behind me, someone muttered, "It's gone again." But it wasn't just gone. It was being erased in real time. And every time we tried to bring it back, something in the system pushed back harder. Like the map didn't want it remembered. I opened the emergency log, typed the coordinates manually. The system froze for a second, then returned an error message I had never seen before. Location unauthorized for memory storage. I frowned. That's not a thing, I said out loud. No one answered me, because everyone was already watching their own screens do the same thing. One by one, every workstation started deleting the same area. Not crashing, not glitching, deleting, like a hand was slowly wiping it off reality. And every time it disappeared, the radio in the room got louder. A soft static at first, then a voice pushing through it. You keep drawing us wrong. I stopped typing. That voice again. The same one from before. The second voice under the human one. The one that didn't follow language properly. It wasn't just speaking anymore. It sounded irritated. Like we were failing some test. A junior dispatcher leaned over my shoulder. Try backup maps, he said quickly. We did. Topographic archive, offline satellite logs, field rescue overlays. All of them showed the same thing. Blank space. No cabin. No ridge. No Highway 37. Just a broken stretch of mountain like something had bitten it out of existence. And yet, the radio didn't agree. Because the voice came again, softer now, almost patient. We are still here. I felt something tighten in my chest. Because I realized something worse than disappearance. The system wasn't just losing data. It was refusing to store it. Like the cabin was teaching the network to forget. And winning. A technician in the corner suddenly spoke. His voice was low. Guys, look at the backup server. We turned. The archival feed was running on its own. No input. No request. Just a looping video file labeled Highway 37/observation attempt. But the footage wasn't normal. It showed the mountain, then a slow pan across the ridge, then a cabin. But every time the camera tried to focus on it, the cabin blurred out like static was swallowing it. Then it reset. Again and again. Same loop. Same failure. Like the system was being forced to look away every time it tried to see too clearly. Then something new happened. The file started changing. Subtly at first. The cabin appeared for half a second longer than before. Then a full second. Then, a door opened. No one in the room spoke. We just watched. Because the camera wasn't ours anymore. It felt like we were watching from inside something else. Something close. Too close. The voice came back through the speakers, calm now. Almost conversational. You are trying to remember what we removed. I swallowed. Who are you? I asked. Silence. Then the second voice answered instead. Not words this time. A sound like breathing through broken wood. Then a sentence formed inside it. You were assigned. My stomach dropped. One of the monitors flickered. A new log appeared without permission. Field unit memory link active. I blinked. What field unit? I whispered. We hadn't deployed anyone. No rescue teams, no hikers, no response units. But the system didn't care about what we thought. It showed us anyway. A roster file opened. Names listed. Some I recognized. Some I didn't. And one name. One name was highlighted. Mine. I stepped back from the screen. No, I said quietly, that's not possible. But the system didn't remove it. Instead, it duplicated it. My name appeared twice. Same spelling. Same ID number. But different timestamps. Different behavior notes. One entry said, Stable Observer Role. The other said, Active Exposure in Progress. Behind me someone whispered, Which one is real? No one answered. Because the radio suddenly cracked open with a sound like something scraping against metal. Then the voice came again. But this time, it didn't feel like it was coming through equipment. It felt like it was speaking from inside the building. You are splitting correctly. The lights dimmed for half a second. When they returned, the map system was gone. Not blank. Gone. Just a black void where every interface used to be. But the radio was still alive. And now it was clearer than ever. Wind. Footsteps. Wood creaking. And beneath it, breathing that didn't match any human rhythm. Slow. Too steady. Too aware. Then the voice spoke again, softer than before. You are learning to separate. A pause. Good. I looked around the room. Every dispatcher was frozen at their stations. Not panicked. Not moving. Just listening. Like something in them had been switched off and replaced with reception. Then I saw it. On the edge of my screen. A new icon. A cabin symbol. But this time it wasn't erased. It was stable. Fixed. Anchored. And beneath it, coordinates started forming themselves backward. Like the system wasn't showing us where the cabin was. It was showing us where we were not supposed to go back from. The technician whispered, It's rewriting geography. But I didn't think that was right. Because geography doesn't talk. The radio did. And now it wasn't just speaking. It was guiding. You cannot locate what is already inside your record. My hands shook as I pulled up the last surviving offline map. And there it was. For a moment, just a moment, the cabin appeared again. Not in a location, not in terrain, but embedded directly over our own station grid. Superimposed, like it was sitting on top of us. Not out there in the mountains. And here, someone started breathing too loudly behind me. I turned, but the room was unchanged. Still desks, still screens, still people. but every monitor now showed the same thing. A single image. A wooden door, slowly opening, and the radio whispered one final line before the signal tightened like a noose. You stopped looking for us outside. A pause. Then the second voice, closer than everything else. So we came into your map. And in that moment, I understood the worst part. We weren't losing the cabin from the system. The system was becoming part of the cabin, and we were still inside it. The first thing that broke me wasn't the missing teams. It was the logs that proved they never came back. Not once. Not ever. I was staring at the archive when the system auto-opened a file I didn't request. My hands weren't even on the keyboard. The screen just responded like it already knew what I wanted to see. Highway 37/final response log. A list appeared. Rescue Team 1, DPLOID, no return entry. Rescue Team 2, DPLOID, no return entry. Rescue Team 3, DPLOID, no return entry. Rescue Team 4, DPLOID, no return entry. It kept going. Line after line. Same outcome. Same silence. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the timestamps. Because they didn't move forward. They repeated. Over and over. Like time itself was stuck, replaying the same failure. I leaned back in my chair. My throat felt dry. This isn't real, I whispered. But the system responded immediately. Not with words. With footage. A live feed opened. A ridge. Snow. Wind cutting across rock. And a rescue team moving into frame. I recognized their gear instantly. Team 7. The same team we deployed last week. Or thought we did. They were walking carefully, scanning the terrain, radios up. Everything looked normal. Too normal. Then the feed jumped. A small glitch. A frame skip. And suddenly, they were standing in front of a cabin. No transition. No travel time. Just arrival. Like distance had been removed. One of them lowered his radio. "This is it?" he asked. But his voice sounded wrong. Too flat. Too distant. Like it was being replayed instead of spoken. Then the cabin door opened. Slow. No wind. No creak. Just motion. And something inside shifted. Not visible. Not clear. Just a feeling like the space behind that door was deeper than it should be. The feed cut. Black screen. Then a new log appeared. Team 7 contact lost. I stood up so fast my chair hit the floor. "That's it," I said. "That's all we get." No answer. Only another file opening. Another team. Another ridge. Another approach. Same cabin. Same disappearance. But this time something changed. The cabin was closer in the frame. Too close. Like the camera had moved forward without permission. One of the dispatchers behind me spoke quietly. "They never leave the ridge," he said. I turned. "What do you mean?" He pointed at the archive wall. All the logs were updating at once now. Not sequentially. Simultaneously. Every team. Every deployment. Every single mission ending at the same exact visual point. The cabin. Always the cabin. And then, the audio came back. Not through speakers. Not through equipment. Just in the room. Breathing. Slow. Measured. Human but not right. Then a voice followed it. Soft. Familiar. "You keep sending them." My skin went cold. Because I recognized it. It was one of our field supervisors, or at least it sounded like him. But the words came too evenly, like they were being read from inside a hollow space. "We arrive every time," the voice continued. A pause. "But you never record the return." I grabbed the console. "Who is this? Identify yourself." The system didn't answer. Instead, it played another log. A return channel. A supposed extraction report. But it was empty, except for one sound. Footsteps. Walking through snow. Slow. Dragging slightly. Like something heavy was being carried. Then the voice again. "Closer. Check your records." I did. My fingers moved before I even thought. Opening classified recovery files. Field extraction logs. Decontamination reports. Every category we used to confirm mission completion. And every single one was blank after arrival at cabin. No exit entries. No return signatures. No debriefs. Nothing. Like the rest of the mission had been cut out of reality. A junior dispatcher whispered, "That's not possible." But then his screen changed. His system started replaying the same footage. Except now, he was in it, standing at the edge of the ridge, looking at the cabin. I stepped closer. "That's your feed," I said. He nodded slowly. "I didn't record this." But we were watching him move, step by step, toward the cabin. No hesitation. No command. Just motion. Like he was being pulled forward by something we couldn't see. Then the screen flickered, and he was gone from his chair. I turned sharply. He was still there, sitting, breathing, but the screen showed him walking. Two versions. Same person. Different reality. My pulse hammered. "Shut it down," I said. No one moved, because all of them were watching their own screens now. And all of them were showing the same thing. The cabin. Always the cabin. Then the radio clicked. Once. Then again. Then opened fully. And the voice spoke like it had been waiting for this exact moment. "You are misunderstanding the record." A pause. Long enough for the room to feel smaller. "You are not sending them." My breath caught. The voice continued. "You are continuing them." Silence hit the room like pressure. I felt my stomach drop. Because I understood. Not fully, but enough. The missions weren't starting at dispatch. They were starting somewhere else. And we were just recording the middle. The cabin feed returned. But now it was different. The camera was inside. Wooden walls. A table. 4 chairs. 3 empty. One slowly pulling itself back like someone had just stood up. Then, a reflection appeared in a window. Not the cabin. Us. Our dispatch room. Seen from inside the cabin. Someone behind me whispered, "We're in both places." The radio crackled again. But softer now. Almost tired. "You never left." I shook my head. "That's not true. We're here. We never deployed." But the logs interrupted me. Auto-generated. Updated. Corrected. Deployment status, continuous. RET/NS, not recorded. Location, Highway 37/active loop. My vision blurred for a second. Because the word loop wasn't metaphorical in the system. It was literal. A cycle marker. A containment status. A closed operation. Then the system did something new. It opened a final file. No label. No header. Just audio. And inside it, my own voice. But I wasn't speaking in the room. I was speaking from the ridge. Wind around me, snow under my boots, and the cabin ahead. I heard myself say, "We found it." Then silence. Then breathing. Then the second voice. The one under everything. Whispering back, "No, you arrived again." The feed cut, and every screen in the station went black at the same time. Not off. Not error. Black like something covering the world. The lights stayed on, but they felt distant, unreal. And in that silence, the radio spoke one last time. Not threatening, not loud, just certain. "You are still in the field." A pause, and the field never ends. I looked around the room, at my team, at the chairs, at the screens that no longer showed maps. Only one thing remained visible. A cabin door, slowly opening. And this time, it wasn't on the screen anymore. It was reflected in everything. Glass, metal, eyes, and I realized the final truth too late. We were not reviewing past rescues. We were inside the rescue that never ended. And somewhere beyond that door, something was still counting who hadn't left yet.